have here on YouTube for some NASCAR Cup Series playoff action here. We're getting ready for Talladega, the Yellawood 500 here. Welcome on in, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. We are set for 500 miles of racing here, starting in about 10 minutes. So we will go ahead and get it flipped on over here. But yeah, we are just getting ready for this one. They're going through, they're talking it through with Joey Logano breaking down this race, which this is a make or break race, I believe, for Joey Logano, as this race will be a major factor as to whether or not he is able to make it to the next round of the playoffs or not. So I do actually have, something I don't always have. I have the point standings, and they should, and that is a big should, be updating as they run. So again, we got Denny Hamlin, Briscoe, Bell, Larson above the cut line. Byron ends up below the cut line. Blaney, Logano, and Elliott also below the cut line. Blaney and Logano being shown a little bit better, as they did have a good qualifying performance yesterday, despite having really bad points days to start this one off. So let me just go ahead and I can barely see those. Let me just pull them up on the other screen real quick. I really need a third screen, because every time I come up with a new thing to track, it's like, yep, I kind of need a third screen for that, or fourth screen. One day I'm going to have just full-on, I'm going to end up having like a full-on war room of screens to look at, so... Yeah, so points as they run, again, they're showing Ryan Blaney and Logano being shown a little bit higher up in points. Elliott did not have a very good qualifying day yesterday, as he will be starting a little bit further down the field, I believe. So let's see. Where is Elliott qualified? Because Chase Elliott was not a great qualifying effort. Yeah, 25th yesterday. So that is why he is currently being shown with the points as they run, being 49 points out. Again, Logano are going to be both looking for massive points days. Blaney also enters this race despite starting inside the top 10. He will also be entering this race minus 30 plus points. He's going to need a good points day today. Not necessarily a win, but hey, he's a driver who could win this thing if push does come to shove. Then you have William Byron, who also didn't have a stellar qualifying day, especially compared to the other playoff drivers. But he is a lot closer than the other drivers, and he's actually been pretty good at the at Martinsville as well. So if he can stay close, he can put himself within range. So yeah, he's only starting in 13th, which is not bad compared to most of the other playoff drivers. Just the ones that he's specifically battling with, guys like Christopher Bell, Briscoe, are starting inside that top 5 and top 10 versus him who's starting about 13th. So there we go. We are locked in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We got 10, 16 people popping on in here already. Thank you guys for spending a portion of your very valuable Sunday here with us as we are getting ready for this one. Let's see. Just getting this one all set up and ready to go. Again, Yellawood 500, they're showing some of the kind of driver parade as they go ahead and get that one centered out. Meanwhile, we actually do have some NFL football going on. Patriots just tied the game with the Titans here with a man, that's an incredible touchdown there by Austin Hooper back of the end zone. So, I know you guys aren't necessarily here for football, but I'm keeping an eye on those games for you guys, since you guys are choosing to spend a portion of your day with me, which might be something you had to choose over football. So, if you guys care about it, we'll keep you guys updated. So, Eagles are up 14-3 over the Vikings. That's the other game I can actually see the actual game going, versus just kind of being stuck to looking at score updates. We did have an early morning game once again this week with the game in London. For the Jaguars-Rams. Rams completely crashed the party 35-7. That was insane to watch. especially as a Devontae Adams fantasy owner there. So then we got again Eagles. We got the Eagles game. We got the Patriots game. Jets and Panthers are locked in a 3-3 battle. Meanwhile, the Browns and Dolphins are stuck. Browns currently up 10-3 in that matchup. Saints currently trail the Bears 6-0, and they just gave the ball back to the Bears with an interception. Chiefs currently have a 14-0 lead over the Raiders. That is all the games going on currently. We also got my Colts going up against the Chargers at 4 o'clock, and we'll be keeping an eye on that once it starts, especially if we're at a commercial break here for the NASCAR race. Some of the other games we got today, we got Giants-Broncos. Not going to be a very good game, probably. We got Packers-Cardinals. Okay, that's better. Commanders-Cowboys. Shouldn't be as good a game as it probably will be. Then tonight we got Falcons-Niners. Okay. Good slate of games. Not sure which of those games will be going on when we, how many of those games will have gone on when we go ahead and get started here. Because I'm expecting that we'll probably be done by like 6 or 6:30, 7 o'clock with the NASCAR race. Shouldn't go much past that if we're starting right at 2 like we normally do when it's on NBC. The posted start times are usually pretty close to rolling onto the field or rolling onto the track for the green flag. Yep, showing the Denny Hamlin getting his 60th win in the AM/PM car. We are all set up and ready for this one. Oh, Florida, University of Florida fires their head coach for football. I didn't think that was necessarily the problem, but I don't necessarily know that he was ever going to be part of the solution. So I'm not upset. I've been disappointed with the season as a whole for the Florida Gators. I was kind of hoping for a bit more of a bounce back, but there we go. Again, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We are getting ready for one. Let's see. So yeah, J.J. McCarthy's missed all but 2 games of his NFL career up to this point to injury. 21 out of 23 games. That, man, you hate to see that for any young athlete to miss the first, miss the entire first season, and now he's missed a good chunk of this season with injury. Granted, I'm not sure that with the way he played in his final game, I'm not sure he was going to start the following week, regardless of injury, because he was not playing well. And if he had played, he possibly could have gotten himself benched anyway. But, yep, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Feel free to let me know who do you guys think is going to win the NASCAR race here. Talladega, fairly unpredictable track. Let's see if anyone can go ahead and predict it. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here, getting ready for, we're at commercial break on the NASCAR race as we are waiting for the start. Getting as many of the ads in and out the way before we start, I am perfectly fine with. I know we'll still have probably a lot of laps covered by caution, but we'll have to, or by commercial, I mean. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I will say, NBC had been, or at least USA Network has been doing a pretty good job at not doing full screen commercial breaks over green flag action. We'll have to wait and see if that continues on the big NBC, which I believe this is the first race in a while it's been on the big NBC. I think this one, the last one prior to this would be maybe the playoff cut line at Talladega, or playoff cut line at Daytona, I mean. That was the only other one that was on big NBC that would have been to compare against, so go. Yeah, they're coming back from commercial break, highlighting some of the wild crashes that we see here at Talladega. And there it is, the biggest speedway in NASCAR. 200 plus miles an hour around here once they get in a pack. And there is nothing like being at Talladega, or so I'm told, because that's actually a track I've never actually gotten to go to. In fact, I've never gone to many of these bigger tracks. So there we go. They're talking with Denny Hamlin down trackside, so he's not in his car yet, which is, again, a weird thing about how they do the scheduling on these, because most of the time the schedule is usually already there when they get it. And, oh, there we go, touchdown for the Browns. They go up 17-3 over the Dolphins. And the Bears get a touchdown, too, so they will go up 12-0 over the Saints. Probably about to be 13-0, because I'm assuming they will go for the PAT. And I'm assuming that it won't get blocked, although it's very possible. Caleb Williams, 5 for 10 completions on the day. Yikes. So that run game with Monungai and Swift is really keeping them afloat. Speaking of afloat, here comes the Miami Dolphins and the Cleveland Browns. And, oh, wow, a rushing touchdown for Quinshon Judkins. All right, so there we go. Don't have Judkins in fantasy because I wasn't comfortable drafting a guy who was going to miss a decent chunk of his rookie season with injury, so... Or not with injury, but with a suspension due to his off the field legal stuff. So, yeah, Dylan Gabriel so far completed 5 for 7, so he actually hasn't been that bad. He just hasn't gotten a whole lot of throwing attempts here. 55 yards, no touchdowns. Quinshon Judkins has gotten both touchdowns. So there we go. And we're gonna get to see this Justin Jefferson highlight here as he goes for a bunch of yards and not going to quite get in for the TD. That one happened a few minutes ago. But yeah, again, we're just chilling out here waiting for the NASCAR race to start. A lot of the drivers are close but not in their cars yet, so there's not really any worry that we're going to miss anything. Hey, Gus Lightning, how's it going? Come on, Larson. Well, Larson's coming from a little bit further back, and honestly, this is not the type of track I would be expecting him to win. Now, I think there's plenty of opportunities for Larson to get to the championship that don't require winning. I think he just needs to have a nice, safe race here today. Just nice, safe, try and finish quietly inside the top 10, maybe top 5 in the stages. And then just have it, again, manage your race. You're not necessarily racing for the win. You're racing for the championship. You don't want a crash to derail a potentially championship-winning season here. All right, so there we go. Last 10 passing attempts for Cam Ward. He's only missed one pass attempt in that time frame. So good accuracy out of Cam Ward. Not bad. There it is. On pole, number 71, Michael McDowell. Let's go. I'm excited. My boy Michael McDowell up at the top of the board. 100% agree. Yep. Again, it's just kind of, it is, Larson needs to realize that he needs to be, he needs to be a lot more like his teammate William Byron than driving like himself. Because Kyle Larson's the guy who, he is there, if he's in the race, he's going to stand out by doing something crazy. Versus, and there we go. They're introducing Kyle Busch there on the driver intro stage. But yeah, normally if Kyle Larson's in the race, you'll know because he'll be trying something. If William Byron's in the race, honestly, you might miss him half the time because he's just there logging laps and usually quietly in and around the top 10, but you just kind of forget that he's there almost because he's not doing much of anything dramatic, so... Again, and that's the thing. Larson doesn't need anything dramatic. He just needs a nice quiet day, which quiet day at Talladega is not an easy one to come by. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But yeah, we are just chilling out here waiting for this race to get started here. Alright, so again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. So again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We've got 33 people popping in here already before we even get the race started. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. If you guys are enjoying your day, feel free to leave a like, subscribe if you guys are new, so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Again, we've got the race starting here shortly. We're waiting to see them climb into their cars. Every driver we've seen so far has not been in their car yet, so we are just kind of wait and seeing here as to how long it'll take before we get drivers to the cars. Again, they're all in their fire suits, so we know we're not too far away from starting. Let me just double check weather, because that is something we always kind of need to factor in around here. So we don't need that weather, because there's no racing in Indy this week. And the Colts game is in LA, so that's not even a factor for the Colts. Talladega, Alabama. All right, weather looks clear for Talladega all the way through. All right, so we should be good on weather. We should be good on time, and we are going to be getting this one started here very shortly. So welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Let me know who your guys' race win pick is as well. Would love to see some of the wild predictions, because this is a track where we could see a lot of different things happen. I would love to see Michael McDowell go ahead and get the win. My official race win pick that I made as a part of the Lap Down podcast, although we didn't actually get I don't think we got an episode recorded this week. I've got Ryan Blaney for race picks, so hoping that Ryan Blaney can at the very least have a solid finish, but my biased fandom loves seeing Michael McDowell and Kyle Busch starting in the top three, so I'm a big Kyle Busch fan. I'm a big Michael McDowell fan, so I am certainly happy with the way this one is starting. I got Blaney or Hamlin. Yeah, again, my head says the Penske cars are going to dominate, and the question is whether or not they can turn that domination into a race win. I wouldn't put it past Hamlin, but I also see the fact that Hamlin's already locked into the next round. I remember back to years ago, during Truex's 2017 championship season. He won the first race of the round at Charlotte before Talladega. And he was very quiet, completely anonymous all day long. Got caught up in the second or third big wreck of the day. There we go. Hey, Hot Boy Trev, how's it going? I'm going with my boy Elliott. Need him to make the championship. Okay, yeah. I mean, again, he is starting a lot further back, so the points position that I'm showing up on screen is gonna look a lot worse than it otherwise could, because the points that I have up here is reflecting if they were to run exactly how they are running right now. So if Chase Briscoe were to finish second in stage 1, second in stage 2, and second in the race, he'd move up to second in the points, versus someone like a Chase Elliott, if he runs 25th all day long and finishes 25th, that's what those numbers there are reflecting. Now, that is not me predicting that that's how this is going to go. So, just figured I'd explain that for you guys. All right, here we go. Get the countdown. Again, they're getting ready for pre-race ceremonies. And we will be getting ready for this one too. So there we go. But yeah, Elliott would be I'd love to see Elliott run well enough to potentially get himself there. Let's see. Trust my gut. It doesn't really matter where you start as long as you're around for the end. Yeah, that's true. Yep, that is definitely true. It doesn't matter where you start. The problem, at least not in terms of winning the race. The problem with starting further back, though, is if there's a big one, let's say there's a big one lap 5, you're right smack in the middle of it. Versus if you're starting inside that top 5, top 10, maybe you're ahead of the first big one and can avoid getting caught up in it. So that's kind of my preference as to why I prefer to go ahead and and why I prefer to start up front at these types of plate races. Obviously, yeah, it's way more important about finishing, but avoiding that early big one, because every once in a while, we have a big one on like in the first 5 to 10 laps of one of these plate races, and you do not want to be in the middle of the pack when that happens. Yeah, it's easy to move forward, given a little bit of time, but it's always something you got to worry about. So there we go. Yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, they're going through opening ceremonies. As a Patriots game just went to commercial, and we've got the Eagles and Vikings here. Oh, we got a flag in the backfield, possibly holding on the offense. Wait and see what the penalty is, but the Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts is sacked, so we're gonna have to wait and see what that one is gonna end up being here. Oh boy. Okay, so I am probably not winning this fantasy league. Going up against Patrick Mahomes, who's got his Xavier Worthy back, or not as Xavier Worthy, is Rashid Rice back. So Xavier Worthy's going down in terms of usage. Let's see. What about my other fantasy league where I was originally projected to lose? 25-point defense performance by the Eagles so far is definitely helping. And yeah, that was a 3rd and 20, and I don't even know what the play call was on that. Screen pass to the tight end on a second and or on a 3rd and 20. That's gonna be 3rd down and long. There we go. Hey Ryan, what's your championship 4 pick? So last week I kind of I did say them a couple of times, but we'll go back through them. So I think obviously we know Denny Hamlin's locked in. I think Christopher Bell makes it through, and I'll say Briscoe. I think all 3 of those guys. I think based on on the expected performances at Martinsville, I think the 3 of them will probably be able to make it through. And then I think your 4th and final spot probably comes down to a question of which Penske driver wins, because I think we're expecting one of the Penske drivers to win their way in either here or maybe Blaney at Martinsville next week. So I think one of the 2 Penskes will probably win one of those 2 races. I don't think that Penske gets both wins. I think Penske will win one or the other. And then, so we'll say Blaney wins either today or next week at Martinsville, one or the other. And then I think between Briscoe and Bell, I think they'll both be able to find their way in through points. Between starting well today, hopefully being able to earn some of those early stage points at Talladega, and their proficiency at the small tracks like Martinsville, I trust both of them to get it done. So those will probably be my championship 4 picks. Unfortunately, I don't have a. I do think it's a little crazy to see Hendrick Motorsports get through, or to see them Hendrick not get a guy through, especially with how good Byron, Larson, and Elliott all are. But I definitely could see. I could see a world where Hendrick gets shut out of the championship 4 entirely. We just don't want to get more than 2 Gibbs drivers in the championship. Oh yeah, I'm not necessarily rooting for that, because I'll be the first to tell you I'm not the biggest Denny Hamlin fan in the world. But I'm just looking at it statistically. Hamlin's already locked in with his win last week, and you've got Briscoe and Bell, who are both really good short track drivers and can definitely get it done at Martinsville next week if they can build up a good points lead with a good run today. I think both Briscoe and Bell could very easily get through, and then it will come down to, do we see another winner, or is it going to be 3 drivers in on points? Oh yeah, he definitely could go ahead and win Martinsville. I'm not ruling that out, but Elliott has not been the lights out guy at Martinsville in the same way that Bell or Blaney have been the last couple of years. So it's just something to keep in mind. So, yeah, I think Byron probably has the best shot to represent Hendrick Motorsports in the championship four. In fact, prior to last week's race, he was the guy I was saying that out of the Hendrick camp, he was the guy I had Byron. I had Byron, Bell, Hamlin, and Blaney was my championship four at the start of last week. Then the absolute clobbering of Ty Dillon that happened in the closing laps of last week. But yeah, once Byron ran into the back of Ty Dillon, it's like that's going to derail his shot at pointing his way in, I feel like, because now he could maybe still have a good day today and put himself in an okay spot to advance. And obviously he's good at Martinsville. He's won it a couple of times, so it's not out the realm of possibility, but yeah, it's definitely just something to keep an eye on. Yeah, if Elliott gets in, it'll be because he wins Martinsville. I wouldn't rule it out for him being able to win today, but as I said, you got to make it through that early portion of the race here at Talladega. You got to make it through that first big wreck, and when you're starting that far back, it's gonna be tough. So again, right now, with Larson 35 points ahead of William Byron for the transfer spot, that's going to make for an interesting conversation down the stretch here. But again, we just got to wait and see how this first, honestly, about this first fuel run. So about this first, 30, 40 laps go. I think it'll be a lot easier to identify how Chase Elliott's day is going to be based upon how he runs this first 30 to 40 lap run. I think after that, we'll also have a better idea as to how guys like Blaney or Chase. I know he has one win at Talladega in 2019. I'm trying to remember if he has a more recent Talladega win than the 2019 one, where Larson and Jeffrey Earnhardt had that insane crash down the back straightaway. But yeah, no, I wouldn't count Elliott out at Talladega. As I said, he just needs to get through that initial about 30 lap run. Yeah, to kind of establish, get that thing going. So, but as I was saying, also going through the first 30 laps will also establish how we expect guys like Ryan Blaney or Joey Logano to attempt this. Because, Logano, I think we all expect is probably going to be thinking win or go home today. Say Blaney, I could actually see. I think Blaney, I have a better path to seeing him getting his way in on points, because I think he could points race today, run inside the top 5, possibly even lead some laps in stage 1 and 2, get a ton of stage points, have a good top 10 finish, maybe even top 5 finish, put yourself only 15 points back going into Martinsville next week, and Martinsville's a great track for him, so I could see that happening. But for Elliott Larson or Byron to win, they're going to need to help. One car is not going to be able to do it by themselves. If nobody's willing to work with them, it's going to be kind of hard to get to the front. I mean, that is the good thing about driving for Chevy or Ford versus Toyota. Well, again, remember that the points that are being shown on the screen for me are factoring in the fact that Chase Elliott is currently going to be starting 25th, so that's projecting a 25th place run from him, versus it's also projecting an 8th place run all day for Ryan Blaney. So, again, that's why why Chase Elliott's points position looks a lot worse than it did at the end of Vegas. You've got Blaney and Logano, who are both starting inside the top 15. Blaney inside the top 10, where he's earning stage points. On the points as they run, versus Chase Elliott, who is, again, back in 25th currently. Those points will definitely move around plenty throughout the day because I'm expecting there will be some comers and goers throughout the race. But again, we'll have to just wait and see how it all play out here as we are hopefully getting closer and closer to the end. Let's see. Oh, we got a prediction from JP. What's it going to be? So, yeah, because I know I do have the points as they run on the screen. I believe it. Am I pointing to the right direction or do I have it backwards? Okay, yeah, no. Points as they run are right here. So, points as they run are up there. And we will go ahead and see what we got. But, yeah, again, points as they run are up there. But, again, expect those things to be shifting all day long. Again, we'll see. I'm really kind of curious to see what strategy the Penske guys go with here. As the Penske guys have probably the most to gain this week. I mean, obviously, this has been their best track as a organization. Winning these types of tracks, they've won two of the last. They've won the last two traditional super speedways in a row. Obviously, discount Atlanta because Atlanta's not necessarily the exact same, but between Daytona and Talladega, the last two of those super speedways have been won by Team Penske, and the majority of the laps have been led by Penske. Obviously, Logano's had a much harder time than Blaney or Cindric at finishing those races, but I would not expect Penske to really be all that far off the pace. And we've got cars rolling onto the track. Let's go. All right, we got cars rolling onto the track, but yeah, again, between the fact that there's a lot of Penske cars because you got the 3 in-house cars plus Josh Berry, so you've got a fair amount of Penske cars in and around the front of the field that I would not be surprised to see the Penske cars trying to control the front of the field here early on. It's just going to be a question of of what strategy they're going to play in and around the stages in terms of track position versus stage points, and will they be able to stay together all day, or will they end up separated at some point? Because again, those Fords have played a very good job at trying to stick together. It's just about whether or not they'll be able to pull that off for an entire 500 miles. So again, yeah, here's the points prior to them, prior to factoring in the battles on track. You got Briscoe plus 15 over Byron. Elliott's minus 23 points on the cut line entering the day. Joe Logano minus 24. Blaney minus 31. So again, Blaney on that screen earning a few points, gaining a few points there. Again, with a top 10 run, but the biggest change is the fact that Briscoe and Bell are so much further up. Oh, one friend of mine messaged me. Give me a second. Alright, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here, getting ready for this one. Cars are on track rolling. Go ahead and recenter this real quick, and we will be ready to go. Nope. They are currently pacing. They literally just rolled out onto the track to start the pace lap. So, nope, race is not started yet, Chad. Alright, so there we go. Again, cars are on track and rolling here. They still have to do the pass-through on pit road to confirm speed. Going to the starting lineup here again. Michael McDowell on the pole. I'm excited. I would love to see Michael McDowell dominate this race, possibly even win it. Kyle Busch and Andy Street, their, I believe, second race together as interim crew chief. Kyle Busch had his next year's crew chief confirmed earlier this week. It'll be Allgaier's crew chief making the move from the 7 car up to the number 8 Cup car. Then we got Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell in row 4. Row 5, we got Riley Herbst, who's going to have to go to the rear of the field after an incredible qualifying effort. That's unfortunate for Riley. You hate to see him have to go all the way to the rear of the field there on that one. Yeah, after he had such a good qualifying performance that he was supposed to be starting up in the 9th position, and instead will have to go all the way to the tail of the field. So that means the entire inside line will move up a few positions. So all right, so there we go. We got Bowman and Cole Custer, row 6. Alex Bowman, the only non-playoff hindered driver. And you got Chris Buescher and William Byron in row 7. Row 8 is where we find Joey Logano. He will be sharing a row with Tyler Reddick. Joey Logano going to be going for broke here, trying to get some points, because I think today is his best shot to advance. Then you got Kyle Larson starting all the way back in the 10th row. Again, Larson not having the best of qualifying days, but he does have the chance to try and move forward. So a 20th place starting position is not the worst thing in the world. So there we go. 17 top 10 finishes at Talladega for Denny Hamlin. That is an incredible stat. And again, would not surprise me if Denny Hamlin is in the mix at the end of this thing. It's just a matter of, okay, how hard is he going to be fighting, considering the fact that he's already locked himself into the round of 8 with his performance last weekend at Vegas. So, again, we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the day. They're going to continue going through. Justin Haley confirmed he will not be back in the number 7 next year. Possible landing spot now for Daniel Suarez. So that'll be interesting to see. Speaking of Daniel Suarez, he will be actually sharing a row with Chase Elliott back in the mid-20s on track position. Ty Dillon, after being involved in that crazy accident last weekend when William Byron was not apparently told that that the 10 was coming to pit road. He has a new spotter on board as the previous spotter was fired. I guess they determined either through radio transactions or through looking at the checkbook that he was the most appropriate fall guy. Again, maybe it was his fault, maybe it wasn't. I'm just saying that it's a lot easier to replace a faceless spotter than replacing a driver whose grandson is who's the grandson of one of the best and most well-respected team owners by a lot of metrics in the garage. So curious. We'll never actually know probably exactly what happened there. You got guys like Casey Mears, BJ McLeod out the back of the field, and it is a full 40-car field today. So 40 cars all lined up, ready to go racing here on a beautiful Sunday morning here down at Talladega. Weather actually isn't too terrible here, although it is definitely a lot colder than it has been the last couple of weeks. So here we go. Okay, yeah. So Elliott does have 2 wins at Talladega. They just brought up the stat about how many wins Elliott does have at Talladega. So he does have 2 of them. I don't remember when the other one was, but yeah, again, right now, though, they're just getting doubled up. Should be ready to go back racing. Should be ready to go racing here very shortly. And again, they're talking about their Busch Beer $1,000 contest. So there we go. All right. So again, Briscoe getting all set up here and ready for this one. Everybody in the chat cheering on and hoping and praying for their drivers to do well. Again, Larson and Elliott both coming from deeper in the field. It'll be a minute probably before we get to talk about them, as they're going to be coming from deep in the field. But here we go. The bright pink Chevrolet Chevy Corvette getting ready to pull off and leave the field in the hands of the 19 car here. Yeah, the 19 and the 71 on the front row. 71 is the control car as he is the pole sitter. Bringing them down through the packed grandstands. Lots of fans in the stands here at Talladega. Talladega always brings the energy from the crowd. And here we go, down into the restart zone. As we get ready to go, green, 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 green flags out. We are racing here at Talladega as we go playoff racing. Again, another golden ticket to the round of 4. So the championship 4 is up for grabs. Can somebody grab one here today? Michael McDowell on the top side, already starting to clear that inside line, getting a good push from those Fords that were in that outside line coming down the front straightaway. He's got Austin Cindric directly behind him, although Cindric already maybe poking a little bit out of line here. We also got guys like Joey Logano jumping to the outside, trying to already establish a third lane here. Joey Logano, again, showing that he is fully aware of this points battle. He has jumped to the outside. Now Bubba Wallace jumps up ahead of him, trying to ride some of that momentum to the front of the field. Here comes Josh Berry, another one of the Penske Fords, jumping up in front of Joey Logano to try and help tow that third lane across. Michael McDowell trying to move up to the top to block that third lane. Doesn't quite get there in time. And now it's 3 wide for the lead as the inside line with Briscoe. While all that stuff was happening on the outside line, the inside line with Briscoe has come right back to life here. And it is 3 by 3 by 3 all the way through the field. The entire field, first to third, is entirely, or first to 40th, are all 3 wide here. That top line, though, potentially starting to pull away as Josh Berry out into the lead of the race. And say Briscoe able to clear McDowell for that to lead that middle line here, kind of leaving Kyle Busch out to dry on the very bottom. And again, these point scenarios are shifting wildly and quickly here. Again, Bell has dropped quite a few spots here already in the short time we've been green. Here comes Bubba Wallace to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to make a move, getting around the bottom on Barry, trying to see if he can find some help. Problem is, there's not a lot of help. Those bottom 2 lines have not been, at least so far in this race, have not been very strong. And you've got 2 Penske cars up right at the front of the field. And now you have Joey Logano, 1 Penske car separating the 22 from the race leading position here. Obviously, the lead doesn't matter right now, but if he can just hang on to this one, he'll be in a much more convincing spot. And again, the points battle behind him is extremely tough. He's only 2 points away from pointing his way to the championship 4 as they currently run. I mean, as I say, we've talked quite a bit about Logano's chances to win this race in advance. What are his chances to point his way through? Again, that would mean doing well at Martinsville next week, which is not his specialty. Again, I feel like he would need to, if he wants to have a serious shot to advance through this round of the playoffs on points, I think he needs to exit this race with probably a 10 to 12 point lead minimum on the cut line, which, again, 10 to 12 points, I'm not sure I see him gaining enough there to be able to pull that one off, but who knows? Again, obviously, there's still the golden ticket of a win. If he wins, he's in. And you know he's going to be going for it. Kyle Busch with a good push from Ryan Preece on the bottom line. Getting that one going, and Kyle Busch now out in front of the field with a shot to try and start defending this this field here. All right, down the back straightaway. Here comes a good push from Josh Berry. Here we go. Big push down the back straightaway. The 54 Ty Gibbs gives a massive shot to the 22, and the 22 to the back of the 21. A great push on that top line. That top line is cooking, but these this middle lane and the bottom lane not giving up yet here. Michael McDowell in that middle line there, 3 rows back. He was the pole sitter, but ultimately just tippiness and a lack of immediate action has gone and left him now a little bit up in the air here as Bubba Wallace versus Kyle Busch are battling it out at the front of the field. That top line getting a little bit out of sorts as they're starting to make a fourth lane of cars appearing here at Talladega. 4 wide racing, something that can pretty much only happen at Talladega, as this track is actually a few feet wider than Daytona, despite them being called the sister tracks of each other. They are a very similar footprint and have a very similar racing style, but Talladega just that little bit wider, allowing room for 4 lanes of racing. And ultimately, I believe that this 4th lane is just going to ultimately stall out what was the outside line of row 3 there. So that is going to go ahead and stall out some of the momentum behind those Penske cars. Logano, Josh Berry going to be slipping a little bit further back here, and they'll have to try and reassess and figure out what they can do in a minute. But here we go, another driver starting to make the lane switches there. Bubba Wallace up in front of Briscoe to try and block that run coming from that middle line. Again, Bubba Wallace can start to move up and down the lanes to try and continue to make these blocks happen. All right, so there we go. Again, Bubba Wallace in front of the field. Here comes the outside line with Joey Logano and Josh Berry. They have collected themselves. For the most part, that top 4th line has dissipated, and now the energy is right back at the top of the racetrack. Now the question is, how long will that power shift stand here? As again, right now, Bubba Wallace down the back straightaway, making this one a real fight for the positions here. Berry has a nose out ahead of Bubba Wallace. Now the question is, can Berry maybe block that bottom line? Does Berry want to block that bottom line? Yeah, because if Berry just sticks with his teammate Logano, I think they've got the speed to go ahead and make this one happen. All right. There we go. Again, we are chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We are 9 laps in. 9 laps complete here at Talladega. Again, the first stage is 60 laps. The stages are 60 laps, and then the final 68 laps to the checkers. So split up pretty nicely into thirds. And yeah, we should be all set up and ready for this one. Joey Logano currently being shown 1 to 2 points above the cut line as they currently run, as he has had a really good run, and some of these other drivers in the top 5 have settled a little further back. So they're going to go to a side-by-side commercial break. We'll still be able to see what's going on the track, so we will just keep this one going right away. But let's go ahead and see what the points as they run again. Logano being shown 2 points, being shown 1 point above the cut line as of right now. Again, Christopher Bell inside that top 10, but has slid a little bit further back than maybe you would normally expect here. I'm really curious to see how this all ends up playing out when we get this, when obviously this race fully cycles back around. Again, Elliott, Blaney, both probably going to need a win if they're going to advance, which is going to be a little bit tough there. All right, let's see. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson is kind of stuck in behind that wall at the moment. Yep. Yeah, and again, that's what we were saying when we were saying we didn't like the fact that they were starting that far back, is that, you can make a pass from anywhere to make something happen. In fact, right now, Ryan Blaney's actually right back there with Kyle Larson, trying to make it 4 wide on Kyle Larson. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not impossible to make moves, but, again, it's just one of those things that you're going to have to try and figure out here. Starting with track position is a lot easier than trying to fight to get it, especially at a track like this when you do already have once the first 3 lanes established, because really trying to establish anything more than 3 lanes at this track takes a lot of effort, and in fact, It's pretty much completely dissipated to the point where it's only 2 lanes of traffic now. 2 lanes of traffic for most of the field. Got an inside and an outside lane, and that is just about it. No middle field here. All right, so there we go. Again, everybody's trying to settle into position here as we're working our way through this one. We got 41 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody. It's been a portion of your very valuable Sunday here with us. We are working our way through this one. Coming back from commercial break here. Josh Berry out in front of the field. Yeah, then you got Joey Logano in behind him. Justin Haley with nothing to lose, trying to give a good push to the back bumper here. But that inside is that middle line there with Bubba Wallace and just barely ahead of Briscoe. That Toyota inner lane is going to be a problem. And that third line at the very bottom of the track has started to reestablish itself at the very bottom as well. Obviously, shortest way around the racetrack makes this one happen. Yeah, I see you, Roll Tide. Hey, the Crimson Tide did win against Tennessee yesterday. I know because a buddy of mine was absolutely going nuts over the Tennessee-Alabama game. I don't personally have a dog in that fight. I'm more of a Gator person myself, but and we just fired our head coach a few minutes before the stream started, so yay for us. We're trying something. I mean, I don't necessarily. I've said it a couple times. I actually like our head coach, and I felt like he wasn't necessarily the problem, but I guess the crew at Florida probably saw that. Well, maybe he isn't part of the solution at least. Which, again, I'm not sure what the fix to the problem is. If I knew what the problem was, I'd be down there in Florida trying to fix it myself, but. Yeah, Gators football has been in a rough spot for a little while here. And speaking of guys who have been in a rough spot, SVG making himself known up into the top 3 there for a moment. And say, SVG leading a lane at Talladega. What could be more appropriate for this season? He can't win outside the road courses, for SVG to storm to the front and potentially dominate a plate race. One of NASCAR's most unique styles of racing. There is not much else on planet Earth like a pack race at Talladega. And so obviously he comes from a world of heavy-duty sports cars that race on tight street circuits. So obviously the road and street circuits came very naturally to him. And yeah, the intermediate ovals, it's not an exact one-to-one comparison, but there are other tracks and racing styles in the world that are not too dissimilar. But there is very little like being in a pack race at Talladega for the NASCAR Cup Series. And he is starting to get up there and get aggressive for the front of the field. So good job, SVG. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Doesn't look like the SVG train is going to win this one quite yet. But here comes Ryan Preece with a good push from Christopher Bell and Kyle Busch. All 3 of them able to clear the middle line and try and come up in front of Barry to go ahead and block him. Yeah, Logano and Briscoe both fighting for 4th in points. Yes, but there's a very different situation there. Obviously, I think... Briscoe hanging out right at the bare edge of the top 10 versus, for a while there, it looked like Logano was potentially going to be 2nd or 3rd there. Appreciate the commentary. Hey, I appreciate you guys being here. Again, we wouldn't be here without the great community that we've built here, and I'm hoping to continue building this thing into one of the greatest communities here on YouTube. Hopefully you guys are along for the ride. And yeah, again, best oval finish, 10th place last month at Kansas for SVG. Again, he's had some other pretty impressive runs as of lately on the ovals, and I think that should start to scare the living crap out of these NASCAR Cup Series guys, because once SVG figures out the ovals, then you will have to figure out how to keep up with him on a road course. Because if you can't keep up with him at the road courses and he starts to figure out the ovals, then you're in a really tough spot, because how do you combat a driver who can decimate the road courses the way he does and still has some speed and still has enough speed to contend on an oval? So again, Kyle Busch out in front of the field here, but SVG in second is definitely the one I think we're going to be talking about if push comes to shove and this race ends up finishing anything like this right now. Speaking of finishing like this right now, Austin Hill, yesterday's winner, jumping to the inside line there, trying to give himself a little bit of momentum to try and pull towards the front of the field. Again, Denny Hamlin hanging out a little bit further back. He's just now passing AJ Allmendinger again. He's already got a win in this round. He's locked into the championship 4. He has nothing really to fight for outside of potentially to help his two fellow Toyota teammates get themselves into the championship 4. So, nothing really for Denny to do. He's probably going to hang out fairly far back and just going to wait and see what happens here. Meanwhile, everybody else is up in the fight. Yeah, again, Denny Hamlin right now, 35th place out of 40 cars. Byron also back there, though. That's something to keep an eye on. William Byron that far back. If he finishes in 35th or worse, he is going to absolutely need to win at Martinsville next week. And a must-win at Martinsville for William Byron might not go the way he hopes. Again, he definitely is not the worst driver at Martinsville, and I can think of way worse situations to be in than going to one of your better tracks in a must-win, but must-wins are tricky to navigate, so we'll have to wait and see. But 20 laps down here at Talladega, and William Byron has made virtually no progress through the field. Again, Elliott also back in that kind of hornet's nest in the mid-20s. He and Blaney both kind of struggling there, although kind of curious, considering the fact that Blaney started up near the front. I'm wondering if he's decided that he's in a must-win too and thinks it's safer in the back than it is in the front. If he can just hang out towards the rear of the field, maybe he can avoid the big wreck. And again, I'm not a big fan of the hanging back strategy. I think you're just opening yourself up to potentially being in the middle of more crashes, but being that far back, maybe the crash happens so far up ahead, you have the time to avoid it. And it'll have to be a wait-and-see game because you never really know where the crash is going to come from until it's happening. So we will have to keep an eye on that throughout the race. But again, at the front of the field, you got Kyle Busch, SVG, Justin Haley, Bubba Wallace, and Christopher Bell dominating the top of the scoreboard. There we go. Hey, thank you. Again, we've been at this for a couple years now. Been enjoying every minute of it. And again, they're going to another commercial break here, 20 laps in. It's another side-by-side, so we'll be able to watch as it's going on here. But again, we got ourselves a fun championship battle heating up. I believe we'll be here because local dirt track just wrapped up their championship weekend last night. So we should be here for every Truck Talladega Cup Series race these last 2 weekends. So we'll be here, for all 3 championship races next week. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be here for all 3 championship races. That'll be a ton of fun. 3 championship races, 3 nights in a row. Friday, Saturday, Sunday should be a blast. So welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so there we go. Again, everybody's kind of settling in a little bit here, although the Penske boys, Barry and Logano, both moved to that bottom lane of the 2 current lanes. Again, that bottom lane has disappeared most of the way, so it's really just that top line kind of logging laps, and the bottom lane is a total of 5 cars deep. So 5 cars. Now, granted, there are 2 Penske cars in there, so it's a strong 5-car lane, but they are fighting against a much greater opponent in terms of numbers on that outside line. It looks like they might have a couple of drivers looking to maybe try and join them, but they're a little bit too far back, I think, to try and help. And the power of that inside line, I didn't think it was going to be doable, but here comes Barry and Logano leading this inside line right up to the front of the field. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and be able to go ahead and put the block on Kyle Busch. So there goes Logano and Barry up top of, and then just take the lead away from Kyle Busch. So that inside line plus 5 dedicated race cars on the bottom, I guess, was enough for Joey Logano and Josh Berry to go ahead and take the lead here. Again, Berry currently the leader, Logano to second, but man, those Penske cars are insane with the kind of speed that they had to just pull right up and take that one away. Real quick, while we are here, let's go ahead and give you guys a quick NFL update and see if any of those games have gone final as of right now. Refresh. Huh. Patriots turned on the turbo jets there and are now killing the Titans 31-13, the score of the Patriots game. We have a 14-9 game in the Vikings-Eagles. That one's pretty low scoring. Then you've got Jets-Panthers, currently a 10-3 score. Browns versus Dolphins, 24-6. Then we got the Saints, who are finally on the board against the Chicago Bears, 20-7. The score there, currently just barely into the third quarter. And then the Chiefs are currently hosting a shutout against the Raiders. We'll have to tune back in later to see if that remains the same. But we are back from our commercial break here at Talladega, and we got Chase Elliott getting a good push here from Buescher. Elliott starting to march his way towards the front of that field, but it still looks like he's got a long way to go. I'm not sure how far back Buescher is. I would normally when I see Buescher and I don't see a whole lot of cars ahead of him, I would normally assume he's near the front, but based on the points position, I'm thinking that they might be pretty far back. In fact, they might be in the second pack entirely. Yeah, they might they are legitimately in a second pack, all behind the leaders. So seems like the field of 40 cars has started to separate itself into two distinct packs here. And pack one, outside of the 2 cars on the bottom, you've got Briscoe and one other black and red car there on the bottom line. Every other car is on that outside line, so it looks like it's Briscoe and it's Cody Ware are the 2 cars on the bottom of the racetrack, and those 2 cars, I feel very safe in saying those 2 cars do not have the speed on their own to go ahead and compete with this outside line that is about 20 to 30 cars long. So I'm guessing Briscoe and Ware will probably have to settle for middling positions when they get back in line here, although they're not giving up here, and there is some that second pack is reconvened with the that second pack is reconvened with the back end of the first pack, so he might have some more help coming as there is an inside lane to that second pack. Yeah, so you've got a second pack of cars on the way. Some additional help for those drivers on the bottom line, giving a great deal of help here, hopefully, to the 19 of Briscoe, who is continuing to drift further and further back here. And again, once the second pack of cars and the bottom line has a good run, they'll be able to go ahead and challenge for this lead, just like the Penske cars did a few minutes ago. Again, the Penske cars did it with only 9 cars. The Toyota Briscoe has more than 9 cars working with him, but as I say, here they come, storming back to the front. Here comes Cody Ware on the inside, trying to make something happen here. They've got an iRacing simulation version of this. Yeah. Alright, so here we go. Again, right now, they're showing, again, the fuel mileage when you're the lead car versus the fuel mileage when you're the car in the draft. Because, again, your fuel mileage is a lot better if you're drafting along behind somebody. They're helping tow your car along, helping reduce the amount of gas pressure there, yeah. And your MPG ends up being a lot higher if you're, say, the 4th or 5th car in line versus if you're the car out there leading your lane. And here we go. We got a lot of, so we got Gregson, Cody Ware, Nemechek jumping to the front of the field. A third lane at the very bottom has established basically just a complete gaggle of misfit cars here. Yeah, the only notable name you got down there is Denny Hamlin, who we know has been hanging out at the back, but I guess he finally decided it's time to make the move. You got guys like Brad Keselowski, Casey Mears in the mix too, all on that bottom line. And we're right about at the halfway point at this first stage. That would be when we would start to expect to maybe see some of our first round of green flag stops occurring here. You know, we'll have to wait and see if that pattern holds true today, but alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. At the stage break, I am going to have to grab some water because I am quickly drying out here down on the in the basement. But again, 30 laps complete here. Cody Ware, he took the lead a minute ago, but now the two Penske cars of Barry and Logano have surged back and been able to retake their spots at the front and second position of one of the dominant lanes here. So there we go. Alright, again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. John Hunter and Nemechek on the bottom of the racetrack. And we've got ourselves a really good battle here at the front of the field. Again, Barry trying his best to hold off both Kyle Busch and Nemechek, the inside and outside lanes. Joey Logano in that middle line backing way up here. As that middle line backs way up here, 4 wide on the outside. Somebody is nuts for trying that. But 4 wide at the moment, it's working. Man. But yeah, as of right now, though, that is going to be a risky maneuver to try. There we go. Josh Berry, Nemechek at the front of the field. Again, we got Hocevar out. Hocevar trying to start making some moves up towards this top 10 as well. And here we go. John Hunter Nemechek looks like he's going to get stuck in the sucker hole this time around. And, oh, are we going to see some drivers coming to pit road? No. Okay. Some of them were starting to get separated out almost like they were planning a pit stop, which, again, that inside line is one disadvantage here, is that the inside line gets to basically just dictate when pit stops occur, because alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, this Cheddar's number 8 car for Kyle Busch. They're trying to get something going, but it's just not working out up to this point here. And so it looks like they went and moved from the top to the middle lane. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Josh Berry out in front of the field, still defending this one. Joey Logano starting to return, though, after that pretty poor slide bag in the middle lane. Has kind of brought that second lane back to prominence here. Alright, so here we go. We're getting ready for NASCAR racing is back from commercial break, and here comes Denny Hamlin to the front of the field, just past the 21 of Josh Berry. And Denny Hamlin wants to try and own the entire racetrack. See if he can go ahead and win this one. So. we got Cindric and Blaney starting to gear up here, trying to see if they can maybe start to make something happen. Again, Blaney has shown up to this point no real interest in going forward, so it's almost like he thinks he's going to need to win the race to advance. So if that's what he thinks, then that's probably going to end up becoming a reality, because if you're not going for these stage points, so that 37-point disadvantage you came in here with is going to start to be a lot worse. So. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright. So again, right now we got Denny Hamlin and the two Penske cars leading the field here. The rest of them 3x3x3. Again, when you go to pit, which again will probably happen within the next 4 laps or so for most of the field, it's going to be a chaos if you're 3 wide trying to get to pit road, because you're going to pretty much have to be in that bottom or maybe second to bottom lane if you're going to want to get to pit road here. So we'll have to wait and see if they can figure out how to pull this one off. Hopefully they're thinking about that, because again, trying to pit from that third lane is not going to be possible for the most part. And even if it is going to be really sketchy. And if you pull it off, it's going to be luck more than skill. Speaking of luck over skill, here comes Kyle Busch to the front of the field. Yeah, Kyle Busch gets a good push there from Justin Haley, takes the front of the field away from former teammate Denny Hamlin. And here comes Brad Keselowski storming up on the inside. So Busch versus Keselowski. We saw this battle a decade ago at Watkins Glen in a 3-race streak where they could not seem to stop running into each other. Between, I believe it was 2010, 2011, 2012, I think. Or was it 2012, 2013, 2014? No, I think it was, 2010 through 2012, I believe it was. Or maybe it was 2011, 2012, 2013. I know 2012 was one of the years. But, those two could not stop running into each other at Watkins Glen in that time frame. Now they've both aged a bunch. They've both ended up going to different teams, and now they're battling at the front of the field. Although, as I say that, the line behind Kyle Busch starts to die out quite a bit, and that outside line with Justin Haley starting to surge here. Meanwhile, I'm guessing most of these guys who were in that middle line are starting to look at opportunities to pit and being like, oh yeah, if we got a car to our side, that's probably not going to, if we got a line of cars to our inside, that's probably not going to work. And again, we're coming up to 20 laps to go in the stage. 20 laps to go in this stage. It's going to be chaotic here as we're coming down the stretch. Alright, so here we go. Again, Denny Hamlin giving a good push to Kyle Busch, trying to maybe help Kyle Busch establish himself at the front of the field. Here comes we got the 77 here on pit, not on pit road, but here on the inside line. Alright, so they're going to yet another commercial break here. 21 laps to go on the stage. Again, we are working our way through this one very nice and quickly here. Welcome on in. We got 53 people popping on in here. Again, thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday afternoon here with us as we are chilling out. We've only got 6 likes on the stream. Let's see if we can get that up to at least 10. I think we can get to 10 likes. 50 of you guys in here. A fifth of you, if 1 out of every 5 or 6 of you guys likes the stream, we could get to 10 likes. I think we could find that. So here we go. 20 laps to go. 20 laps to go here in stage number 1. Again, they are going to need a pit stop somewhere in this final 20 laps. I don't know exactly what the next gen fuel numbers are here at Talladega. I believe they are, though, pretty close to the old gen car of right about 40 to 45 laps. And you're going to probably have to see a lot of these guys pit within the next 1 to 2 in the next 5 laps. I think you're going to see a lot of the field, if not the entire field, come jumping onto pit road. So here we go, showing a bunch of Toyota driver highlights here. It's doing a Toyota ad. But yeah, again, just time is running out here, and all of them go by that pit road once again. I mean, it's not unusual at this point for Talladega for these drivers to stretch the fuel as long as humanly possible. It's just a question of how far is too far. Because you don't want to be the guy to run out of gas here at Talladega. Yeah, you do not want to be the guy running out of fuel trying to make this one happen. So here we go. Again, 2 wide through most of the field. A third lane still very much present here as Ty Gibbs tries to jump, I believe that was, to the bottom lane. Yeah, so Ty Gibbs abandoning that middle line for the bottom line where he might be looking to come to pit road. Again, we'll have to wait and see if that stays true here as we come by the pit road this time by. Once again, it looks like everybody's passing on it, so no pit stops again. Again, we should be seeing at least some pit stops here shortly. Because could you imagine the travesty if half the field ends up running out of pit? Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see the pit stops this time by, as I think we're seeing a lot of people jumping down the order. So here we go again. Everybody's gonna need a pit stop here shortly. But yeah, if that inside line really tried, they could probably pin the guys in the outer lane into, okay, yep, we have to come this time by or we're going to run out. Problem is, if you try that right now and you fail, then you'll look like an idiot. And yep, here we go. A wave of cars coming to, the first wave of cars going to come to pit road. And then in that outer lane immediately moves down to the bottom lane to start preparing for their trip down pit road. So again, this trip of cars is going to be highlighted by Josh Berry, Briscoe, Ty Gibbs. Not a lot of playoff drivers. In fact, I think the only playoff driver I saw was Chase Briscoe and maybe like one other driver, but they all get nice and neatly off pit road, and here comes Kyle Busch versus Brad Keselowski at the front of the field. Alright, so there we go. Again, Kyle Busch versus Brad Keselowski at the front of the field. Brad Keselowski up to the top. Gets a push from Joey Logano, and here comes Kyle Busch leading another charge of cars to pit road. Oh, somebody coming from way up top to the pit road. Man, that was stupid. And it looked like it was Anthony Alfredo potentially trying to make that jump to pit road from 20 lanes up. But yeah, Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, host of our Bell, Haley, all coming on to pit road here. Reddick, Stenhouse, Alfredo, Hamlin, and Mears, all on pit road right now. Yeah, all going to be seeing this, seeing the pit stops, and yeah, it's basically going to be a lot of gas and goes, maybe a 2-tire stop here or there, but a lot of it is just about trying to get to the end of this first stage. Now you got Brad Keselowski, Logano, Gregson, Cindric, Chase Briscoe slapped with a speeding penalty. With a penalty, not necessarily a speeding penalty. We'll have to wait and see what the penalty is for, but yeah. Man, Briscoe slapped with a penalty, and yeah, a lot of drivers getting into it as the chaos is starting to build, and I kind of said that was going to be a problem there. So yeah, here we go. Ooh, we got a bit of a juxtaposition there from the drivers who are freshly off pit road. Kyle Busch, too fast, exiting, shooting himself in the foot. Are you kidding me? Come on. Chase Briscoe, penalty, too fast entering. Okay, so the Briscoe penalty is too fast entering. So, come on. Man, these guys shooting themselves in the foot. Speaking of shooting themselves in the foot, let's see how Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski do. Coming down pit road, nice and easy. I can't hard to tell by the naked eye how good Logano did at entering there. But yeah, Keselowski, Gregson, Logano, Herbst, Priest, Busher, and Cole Custer, the drivers on pit road this time by. Again, right now, Kyle Busch out leading this pack of cars, but you know he's not going to last because he's going to have to come in and serve that speeding penalty at some point here. Here comes Busher, or here comes Briscoe, to hit that pit road and serve that penalty. Kyle Busch continues to lead his line, which, again, if I don't know why you stay out. Are you arguing that you didn't speed? I don't know what he's thinking here, but yeah, if you're arguing that you didn't speed, that is a really dumb hill to die on because you are going to probably lose that one, considering the fact that they've got a lot of data that they can work off of, including the transponder on your vehicle. Here we go. Next wave of pit stops. You got Byron, Bowman, Austin Dillon, Chastain, Suarez, Elliott, and Kyle Larson all coming down for anywhere between 3 to 5 seconds on pit road. So again, most of these drivers just taking that splash of gas that they're going to need to get to the checkers here. All right. And at the end of this one, I'm also going to need to, I guess, take care of my cat because somehow he got down here. So yeah, there we go. Looks like Busch might be finally dropping to the rear, so we can go ahead and serve that penalty. Let's wait and see. Yeah, he's at the very bottom of the pack here. He's making a aggressive move on the bottom, though. But yeah, here we go. Blaney backed out. Blaney coming down pit road. Cindric, Zane Smith, Gilliland, all coming down pit road. Ross Chastain, speeding penalty. Too fast entering. So Chastain gets posted for a penalty. And here we go. Here comes Kyle Busch, finally coming down pit road to serve that penalty here. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, manufacturers in the field, you got Chevrolet with the most vehicles at 18. Ford has 13, and then Toyota only has 9 Toyotas in the entire field. And here we go. They are going to envelop these single cars here. You got the 2 and the 12 here of the 2 Penske cars. Blaney and Cindric getting absolutely eaten alive by the pack of cars. And now you've got a battle at the front of the field. You've got, it looks like Hocevar also dropping back. He is, I believe, coming down to serve maybe a speeding penalty, or maybe he has an issue on his car, but he's coming back down towards pit road for some reason. Again, Suarez right now out in front of the field trying to work both lines of traffic. Currently, sorry, that's not Suarez. That's it looks like Suarez's car, but no, that is AJ Allmendinger trying to work both lanes of traffic here, just ahead of Joey Logano and Noah Gragson. So again, right now, Allmendinger out in front of the field, trying to block both lanes, doing the best he can here. Oh, so Brad Keselowski stopped in the wrong pit box, and that cost him time. That's going to kill his running day here, at least for right now. Then you've got the 19 of Briscoe, who may have gotten pushed by the 42 of Gragson, not the 42 of Gragson, the 42 of Nemechek, potentially pushing him towards speeding on pit road. Again, still his mistake, but again, you feel bad for drivers there. 10 laps to go, 10 more times around here in stage number 1. As they go to yet another side-by-side commercial break. Yeah, we got ourselves, again, Gragson, Jones, Allmendinger up inside the top 5. There's plenty of names to root for. Yeah, especially if you're not the biggest Joey Logano fan in the world. I don't blame you. And Joey Logano currently sits inside second row here. And say, I wish that during a side by side, if they would just go to the wide view cameras rather than there we go. So on the wide view kind of trackside cameras versus going to drivers onboards when we have a very small picture in picture to try and go off of. Like, show us the big picture thing when we have a small picture to work off of rather than. All right. Whoa! We got a caution here under the commercial break. Sorry, I was looking away for a moment. We do have our first caution flag of the afternoon, and it looks like Chase Elliott, amongst others, is in it. Chase Elliott, damage on the front end of Chase Elliott's Camaro, and that one's gonna be a big mistake there. It's the 16 of Allmendinger too, so Allmendinger may have been blocking, and that might have been the cause of this one. Justin Haley's car torn up as well. Oh, and somebody's out of the car laying on their back just outside of a car that looks like it might be on fire. Not sure if that's Allmendinger or somebody else, but you hope that whoever that is okay. First and foremost, that's always the concern. And yes, that is Allmendinger, who is out of his car and laying on his back after getting out of that car, which appears to have caught fire here. The good thing is he did get out of the car under his own power, so that is always a good first sign. Safety team already to him. Again, hoping for the all clear. Again, always got to be careful with these big wrecks at Talladega. But, the 16 car. They're tending to AJ Allmendinger. Hopefully he is okay. You'd hate to see anything bad happen to AJ. I mean, such a nice guy. Anyone and everyone you've ever probably heard from about him. Looks like Stenhouse and Gregson also out of their cars, both standing around waiting for the ambulance to come pick them up. Both of them looking good. So, Stenhouse, the defending winner of this race, won this race 1 year ago. Not going to happen this year. Eric Jones got a big piece of it. Here come the 9 parks in his pit box, and it looks like they're evaluating whether or not they can get this one going. And AJ, helmet off and just trying to catch his breath. He is definitely rattled there. I still have not seen the replay as to what happened. Okay, here we go. We're getting the replay now as to what exactly happened here. So again, oh, no, it wasn't anything Allmendinger did. It was Jones giving a push to Gregson. And it hooks the 16. Yeah, and it just hooks the 16 of Allmendinger right towards the fence. Oh, that is a gnarly hit. Again, glad to see that. The good news is that he didn't hit head on into the fence. But man, again, that crash came out of nowhere for Allmendinger. I mean, he didn't do anything that caused that. Initially, I was thinking that maybe he got over aggressive in blocking. Nope, it was not his fault whatsoever. The 45 gets kind of blindsided as well. We saw the 47 driver of the 47 climb out. Again, Allmendinger right now, the only driver we're still waiting on an all clear from. Again, there were multiple drivers involved in this one. Looks like Austin Dillon got a piece of it as well. But, definitely wind knocked out of him. That's what some of my friends who have seen some of these wrecks before. And I've seen wrecks like that one before too, but man, when he was laying down out of his car, barely feet from it, I thought there was something worse going on for sure. Again, glad to see him up and stumbling there. Again, I would not be shocked if we find out maybe there's a broken rib. Just based on, again, the amount that the lengths that he went to try and protect himself. He's not out. He got a little bit of damage. I think Chase Elliott, they're currently evaluating whether they can fix it on pit road or not. He may have to go to the garage. I don't expect that he's out of the race entirely. Just a matter of whether or not he's It's just a matter of whether or not he can come back out here and actually get back on the lead lap, because he is going to lose a lap or two probably in fixing that damage. Yeah, and again, AJ Allmendinger sitting on the thing, getting his helmet and head sock off to try and just get some breath to him. But again, when you're breathing in that smoky air of the car on fire 2 feet away, man, you hate to see that. And again, Chase Elliott, I believe the only playoff name involved in this crash by some miracle. I believe Joey Logano somehow missed this one and ends up as the race leader here and might end up being your stage 1 winner here, as I believe this crash will take a little too long to clean up. So we may see this first stage go Joey Logano's way. Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney also inside the top 10 and will be earning points, assuming that the stage does end under this caution, which again, it very well could, because there's a lot of cars to clean up and not a lot of laps to do so. So there we go. They're going to go to a full screen commercial break here. We're going to go grab some water and we will be right back. But yeah, no, I don't think Chase Elliott's out of it by any stretch. That was gnarly. Oh, man. All right, here we go. We are back. If I'm the 9 team, I'm going full force at Martinsville. I mean, I was already thinking you had to go full force from the beginning anyway at this point. because you really needed two good races if you were going to try and point your way in, especially with how tough the other drivers are. But with how tough some of these drivers are, but yeah, certainly you can't have a bad race at both races and still get out of this one. Like at this point, it's looking like you might enter the 9 team might go into Martinsville as a must win next week. Coming out of this one, you were thinking that okay, maybe you can leave yourself a points avenue to get there. There's no points avenue to get there at this point. All right, so it does look like they are going to get this one back rolling though for at least a 1 lap dash. So it is going to be a curious one to see. If we when we get there. So all right, we got this Yellawood ad going here, and we are chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Again, if you guys are enjoying the stream, feel free to leave a like, subscribe if you guys are new, so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. We are currently sat at exactly, let's see, no, that's the other channel. Let's get our main channel up. So we got 3281 on the subscriber count. If we could get to 20, if we could get to 3285, so another 4 subscribers, I think that'd be a pretty impressive start. All right, so here we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time though. There we go. Up another subscriber already. Again, we're just chilling out. We got, again, we'll be here for all the truck and Xfinity races the rest of the year and the rest of the Cup races. So should be a good one here. So yeah, we'll be covering the truck and truck Xfinity and Cup Series Championship fights all the way to Phoenix. So yeah, if you guys enjoy the content, massively appreciate your guys' support on here. And hey, Braxton, how's it going? New subscriber. Hey, very much appreciate it. As yeah, again, we're getting ready for what is sure to be an exciting, possibly 1 lap shootout for the stage win, which that's going to be exciting. Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell, John Ernie Nemechek, Tyler Reddick, all trying to steal this one away from Joey Logano, who may have otherwise won this stage handily. Then you got Christopher Bell, Blaney, William Byron, other playoff drivers inside that top 10 trying to earn some of those valuable stage points. How far back is Briscoe? Because Briscoe's got to be in the mix here, right? So I'm impressed with how perfectly I got that synced up. So let's go ahead and get for the clips. Let's go ahead and see. All right, so let's go ahead and get NASCAR leaderboard up that I can scroll up and down here. Let's see, because Briscoe's the one I want to know where he's running here. Chase Briscoe currently sits 30th, so he's going to have to figure it out in stage 2. The 9-car Chase Elliott has gone to the garage and will attempt to try and figure out what he's going to do after that. But there we go. Chase Elliott not guaranteed out. He has gone to the garage. They will get a chance to come back out and meet minimum speed. If he fails to meet minimum speed at that time, then he will be officially out of the race. They can also just file to retire him from the race before that, but again, my guess is that they are going to at least attempt to get him back out there. So here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Joey Logano for a 2-lap restart here. Green, green, green. Green flag is out. We are racing here. 2 laps to go at Talladega. Joey Logano looking to try and advance himself to the championship 4. And say, Joey Logano out ahead of the field. He's looking for as many points as he can possibly get. Again, this stage 1 will not lock him into that finish. All right, we're going to have to re-rack for All right, here we go. Ty Gibbs and John Hunter Nemechek out in front of the field as they got a massive push here. Coming to one lap to go in stage number one. It's a very short shootout here. Joey Logano trying to earn some points, to try and stabilize his position in the points. But right now it's Ty Gibbs out in front of the field as they round turn 4 here at Talladega and take the white flag. 1 lap to go at Talladega Superspeedway. Tyler Reddick up to second. He has not won a race all year either. The 2 monster cars running first and second. Here comes Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney, another driver in a near must-win position entering this race. Looking to try and earn some points and maybe not be in a must-win and maybe claw his way out on points. But at the very least, this is a practice run for the end of the race for Ryan Blaney to try and maybe see if he can figure out what kind of move could win him this race if he ends up in a similar position. Right now, it's the 2 monster cars. You got Gibbs and Reddick pacing the field here at Talladega 2 by 2 by 2 as they come through the trioval for the final time. Stage number 1. It's door to door. It's Ty Gibbs. No, Reddick. They're saying Reddick. No, Ty Gibbs. They're saying Ty Gibbs got it. Okay. I thought Ty Gibbs got it. They gave us a little bit of a shock there for a moment, but no, it is going to be Ty Gibbs over Tyler Reddick for stage number 1 by a hair to the line. Bubba Wallace poked out a line there, not able to get there. Congratulations to Ty Gibbs on the first stage win of the day. Ooh, there we go. Man, that was exciting. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to go ahead and hook up some earbuds, and we will get that short out to you guys shortly. So, give me literally about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, just to listen to the audio, figure out where I need to cut it or splice it, and we will be on our way. I hate when my earbuds get so tangled up. But yeah, again, that was an exciting finish to the stage, though. Again, Gibbs and Reddick first 2, then John Hunter Nemechek, Ryan Blaney actually edging out his teammate Joey Logano for the 4th position. Joey Logano rounds out the 5th spot. Bubba Wallace 6th, McDowell 7th, Zane Smith coming home 8th, 9th, Carson Hocevar, and rounding out the top 10 was Bell. Alex Bowman, the first driver not to earn a stage point in that stage. So, there we go. Again, just trying to get these things untangled. Really, anytime you're trying to untangle headphones in a hurry, it ends up taking forever. So, here we go. Premiere. But, yep, so again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. I'm going to go ahead and pop out chat real quick onto another page. That way I can hopefully see some chat while we're... what position is Larson? Okay, give me 1 second, guys. But, yeah, we'll get you Larson's position. Nope, I'm going to reopen that. Whatever I was working on before probably wasn't all that important in the first place. Boy, one of my buddies who's a Kyle Busch fan is going livid about Kyle Larson speeding on pit road again. Larson is currently 14th. 14th for Larson. Yep, Kyle Larson coming home in the 14th position in that stage. There we go. Again, pit stops are occurring. The top 10 does tend to be a little bit shuffled up during stage breaks, so just give it a minute, and it should, once we get the TV coverage back, we'll be able to tell you exactly where everybody is. Videos. Let's see. Video from today. Vertical. There it is. All right. So here we go. We're on. We got the battle on pit road. Ryan Blaney, 12.2 seconds here. Joey Logano. Again, we are going to see some shuffling up of the leaderboard as some of these drivers who opted to pit under that last caution for their fuel and tires versus the drivers here who. So 7 drivers stayed out. So 99 1. So all three Trackhouse cars stay out along with a bunch of the part timers. Busher leads the rest of them off pit road as he took tires but opted to pit for fuel. And oh my, Anthony Alfredo gets turned as he comes into the pit stall. No damage to the car, just ends up parked in his pit stall the wrong direction and will and receive service the wrong direction there. Let's go ahead and just listen to this real quick. Oh, need to on my volume. Okay. Oop, there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and listen to this real quick. So that is probably going to be the best starting point. The clip. I think that manages the audio better. Let's see. All right, let's see. So I think right there will probably be the spot we'll cut it. And yeah, that short should be out relatively quickly here on the channel for you guys. So let's go ahead and just export it. All right. Talladega S1 for stage 1. And boom. Alright, so there we go. We got that all set up. We are going to be, we're still at commercial break here during the caution flag, so you guys have not missed a thing here while we were doing that. But yeah, we are, so again, we're still under commercial break. You guys are not missing a thing. Again, it's going to be weird seeing the Trackhouse cars kind of trying to control the front, especially with how fractured I know that room has to be. Because you got guys like Suarez who's already been announced he's not going to be there next year. You got guys like Chastain who's always aggressive and wants to prove that he should have been in this round of 8. You got a guy like SVG, although it looks like maybe SVG did come back to pit road. I thought SVG had stayed out with them. But looks like, at least according to the leaderboard I got, looks like SVG may have come back down pit road a lap later, so. There we go. All right, so there we go. Okay, here we go. AJ Allmendinger out of the infield care center. Here we go. Let's see. It'll be all right. Knocked the breath out of me, and I felt like they were catching on fire, so got out and tried to get on my back. Pretty sore. Hit my hard hit from my body. Okay, but good that he say he's okay. That was first and foremost what I wanted to see. My boy Elliott out. He's got to win Martinsville to advance. Yes, he absolutely, if he is out of the race for sure, then yes, he is going to have to win Martinsville, and I don't know for sure that he's going to be able to. Would love to see it, but again, I'm not certain that he has the speed or ability to go ahead and win this, win a race right now. Pulling for Byron to win it. Hey, I would love to see Byron as a part of it. As AJ being good, that is insane. But yeah, again. There we go. I've got a feeling Larson's going to advance off points. Again, I don't doubt. I'm not saying I doubt Kyle Larson, but I am kind of curious to see how he performs down the stretch here. So there we go. All right, let's go ahead and get this short uploaded here real quick. Wait a minute. We got a new thing? Oh, new course. Okay. So you now upload them as courses. Yay. I have no idea what that does. I will have to look into that later to see if there's any utility for that outside of, I guess, maybe a professor like my dad putting out something for his college classes. All right, reuse details from the Chastain clip from a couple weeks ago. All right, there we go. Again, the points as they run right now, it is Larson, Briscoe, and Bell all well above the cut line for points. But if we do have a new winner, if we do have a Byron, a Logano, a Blaney winning either here or at Martinsville next week, that cut line shifts and becomes a whole lot closer. It is a 3-point gap between Bell and Briscoe and a 3-point gap from Briscoe to Larson. So it is going to be tight if there is a new winner. If we have no new winner, yeah, we're probably pretty safe on this one. All right. Oh, no. It looks like there. All right. Well, guess we'll have to give me a say. We may not be able to upload the shorts. It looks like I went a little too long for that. All right, but we are back to green flag racing. Green. Yep. So it looks like NASCAR did step up their copyright enforcement on that. I don't know if maybe it was because I still had the audio on. I didn't think I heard the audio from the race, but maybe the audio slipped in there, and that's what was the problem. But regardless, it looks like we aren't going to be able to upload it. So, all right, well, we are here. We are ready for this one. Looks like we are also backed up quite a bit on time, so let's go ahead and get back to the present. All right, so here we go. I got 7 laps into this stage. Again, Denny Hamlin going and throwing a pretty big block there on Brad Keselowski. Again, Buescher out in front of the field. Kyle Busch, Barry up to the front of the field. Then you got Priest, Briscoe. The top 5. This top 5, and honestly, this top 10 is really fun. Yeah, there we go. Alright, well, we will, I'll check and see if there's something I can do later to maybe make it, copyright compliant. Other people do this for other sports. I don't see why it should be a problem, but we'll see if there's something I can do with it later, but I'm not going to worry about it right now as we are going here. We got 68, we're 68 laps into this race. Again, 188 laps is the final race distance. We're working our way through this one. Drivers trying to give pushes every which way they can. Christopher Bell losing a lot of points there on the as they went back racing. He is a lot further back than the other drivers he's going to be racing for. Again, if we do have a new winner in points, he would now be he is currently the 4th driver there. Brad Keselowski tied with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Gordon for the 2nd on the all-time wins list at Talladega. What a fitting way for Brad Keselowski to potentially take this one ahead, because as I say, Brad Keselowski starting to get up there in age would be I do like the fact that he hasn't passed Earnhardt Jr. or Gordon, but it does feel like this is the type of track. This is definitely a track I feel like he has done well enough at to potentially earn passing some drivers at, and even potentially being the second winningest driver there. Again, felt like Earnhardt Jr. would never get top there, but Him and Gordon have been tied for a while, and now it's eighth, and now it's a three-way tie with him with Keselowski, and now we're looking at a day where Keselowski might be able to break it. So there we go, 70 laps complete as they continue to work this one. All right, so there we go. And we're just chilling this one out. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, there we go. We dropped a few people in viewership, but we did cross the 11 likes. Let's go. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, so here we go. Busch and Briscoe now to the front of the field as Briscoe has helped kind of push Kyle Busch through the middle. And now he's out in front of the field, but not ahead of that top line enough to try and block. And now that top line with Barry in tow is just a little bit better. And that inside line, Kyle Busch didn't go to block the inside line when he got the shot. So Riley Herbst on the inside. Yeah, we could almost have ended up in a situation where we had three guys from Vegas three wide there, which would be a weird conundrum since there's only, I think, three of them in the entire Cup Series field, I believe. Oh, wait, no, because we would need Gregson for that. Yeah, to have all three, because Gregson's the other Vegas native in the field, and I don't think any other drivers are out of Vegas. So again, right now we are back to racing, though. 11 laps complete here in the stage as they are continuing to work this one. Joey Logano trying to march his way up, back up after staying out to gain those stage points. He and Blaney both going to need to fight their way back up here. That fast lap is going to be another one to keep an eye on because that is an additional point. And again, right now, Bell only 18 points ahead of Byron ahead of Byron for this fifth and final spot. It is going to be a tight fight, especially if there is a winner like a Logano or a Blaney. At this race, that points battle at Martinsville is going to be insane. If there's a new winner at Martinsville, that's going to make the points battle even tougher. So again, it'll come down to the end of this race. Who wins it? Who doesn't? Before we know what the points battle is going to look like at Martinsville. But again, 3x3x3, no playoff drivers in that front. Really in that front five. The only driver the only playoff drivers in the picture at all are you got Briscoe, you've got Elliott, and you've got oh wait, no, Elliott's not in the picture. It's Hamlin. Sorry. Yeah, Briscoe and Hamlin, the only two playoff drivers inside that top 10. And really, even if you pan the camera a little bit further back, you have to pan it quite a ways before you find Byron and Logano too wide side by side with each other for your second and third playoff drivers all the way back in the mid to late teens. So there we go. Kyle Busch has some speed. All right, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here as Kyle Busch now breaks away from the three-wide battle behind him. He could go up or down to block the lanes, but it looks like he's just going to stay in the middle, which, again, just seems like a weird decision to not be constantly looking for that next block. I mean, it's a good patient thing to do, but it's good and patient are not exactly words that I would use to describe Kyle Busch. And it's like making the patient call is usually not his MO, but maybe it's the experienced veteran in him. There we go. Now moving up to the top to try and make this first block to go ahead and gain the spot. Alright, so here we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, Kyle Busch out ahead of Barry on that top line. Briscoe and Hamlin up the middle. Two Toyotas. And there we go. Kyle Busch back to the middle, trying to play a little bit of that defense game. But here comes Anthony Alfredo and Riley Herbst on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to make the bottom line work. It's three very low tier drivers there. You got Riley Herbst, Anthony Alfredo, and Cody Ware on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to make that one work. Kyle Busch back up to the top to go ahead and defend. And we've got ourselves a very interesting battle down the stretch here. So yeah, there we go. All right, 44 laps to go. All right, 44 laps to go in this stage. Again, Kyle Busch out in front of the field trying to do his best to defend it. Meanwhile, you got Barry Briscoe right behind him, all pressuring to try and take this one. And even that inside line that I kind of joked about as not being all that great is able to hang right up there with the others. I mean, the short way around the racetrack isn't something to be trifled with. And yeah, they're making it work with significantly less cars in the outer two lanes. So here we go. Again, I hate when we get these very tight onboard cameras for these side-by-side commercials. If you're going to go to a commercial break, if you're going to go to a side-by-side commercial break, go to a wide-angled camera view so we can see more than just what's happening 2 cars ahead. Please. So there we go. Again, they flipped to a different onboard, which I still can't tell. I believe that might be Bubba Wallace's car here. But yeah, he's running on the bottom line, using that third bottom lane here that is trying to make something happen. Nope. Looks like maybe that bottom lane is evaporated and now it's down to just a 2-lane race. So Bubba Wallace in the bottom of the 2-line race here. And again, right now it's Anthony Alfredo, Riley Herbst out in front of the field. Kyle Busch got cycled all the way back and forth, so he must have gotten when those other guys merged up in line, they must have been able to find a way to merge right in front of him. So there we go. All right, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so there we go. Coming back from commercial break, we got a full screen once again. Full screen NASCAR action. And yeah, so both Herbst and Alfredo did merge right in front of Kyle Busch on that top line. But those Toyotas of Briscoe and Hamlin have been able to keep that inside line competitive and right up there battling for the lead here. Again, right now we've got 3 Toyotas inside the top 5, and the top 5 Toyotas are all inside that top 15. As Bubba Wallace in 11th and Ty Gibbs in 13th are the other Toyotas in that top 5 Toyotas. So again, 20 laps complete here at Talladega for stage number 2. Again, Bell significantly behind Byron and Larson, Bell significantly behind Larson for points. Still has a 21-point gap ahead of William Byron to try and point his way into the playoffs. And yeah, I think there's a good shot that if Larson can avoid trouble today, he'll probably point his way to the playoffs. I think he should be able to avoid trouble now. Again, it all comes down to if we get a new winner that isn't Briscoe, because I feel like that will then start to put some of that pressure on if we get a Briscoe win and then let's say a Blaney win next week or something. That I feel like, or especially if we get a Logano and a Blaney win these next 2 weeks, then those points positions start to become very hard to come by. So there we go. Logano actually for a moment actually outpointing Bell here as he's now pushed Michael McDowell all the way to the lead of the race on that bottom line that just materialized out of almost nowhere. Michael McDowell now out ahead of Briscoe for that race lead. Joey Logano on the rear bumper of the 71 trying to give a good push. Again, Hamlin in behind his teammate in the number 19 car. And here comes that outside line. Kyle Busch on the back bumper of Anthony Alfredo. They must have shuffled Riley Herbst out of the line at some point because Riley Herbst had been there and behind. And there goes, no! Man, Alfredo just tried to make a stupid block trying to go down across all 3 lanes at once and does not get clear and just smacks the front of McDowell's car. I mean, he was barely, if he was clear, it was barely at the time, and crossing 2 lanes of traffic is going to slow you down. And he was not going to be clear when he got there. And yeah, nearly just wipes out McDowell right ahead of the leader, which is insane. But there we go. Kyle Busch gets a good push here from Josh Berry to reclaim the lead here. Again, it seems like Kyle Busch is doing a very admirable job of being able to march up to the front of the field and go ahead and claim this one. Okay, I'm seeing people. Okay, no, we are. Audio is still being processed. Okay, just want to make sure that like when I plugged in or took out my headphones, it didn't mess up the audio. So, all right, yeah, no, we're all good. Okay, so here we go again. Kyle Busch in the middle of 3 wide. You've got McDowell on the bottom. Berry on the outside, starting to fall back a little bit here. But this battle for the lead is insane. You got 2 of the Penske cars on the bottom line, and it's the 2 playoff Penskes, the 22 and the 12, both on the inside line. Stage 2. So far, though, the Penskes have not dominated today. In fact, only a combined 8 laps have been led by the 2 playoff Penskes so far today. The 2 playoff Penske's have only led a combined 8 laps on the day so far. That's leading only 1 in every 10 laps, which is not bad, but certainly not what we'd come to expect from the other plate races earlier this year when they were just dominating all of the lap-sled categories. But here we go. Seems like Michael McDowell and the Penske's are starting to move up the track. They have kind of hijacked that middle line and have forced that inside line to kind of struggle a little bit more on their own, being led now by Cody Ware. And a line led by Cody Ware does not sound like a very strong line to be in. But here comes the push from the back bumper to the back bumper of the 71. Goes Logano. Yeah, Kyle Busch is doing really well. I mean, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Kyle Busch is running better than he has most of the season. Now, if he can just avoid stupid speeding penalties, he might have a shot at actually winning a race. But here we go. Michael McDowell, though, out in front of the field, continuing to pace the front of it and trying his best to hang on for the race lead. Alright, so there we go. And Cody Ware in that inside line. The quartet on the bottom absolutely storming to the front. What on earth? It's Cody Ware, Cole Custer. What on earth is this inside line? Is that Bubba Wallace maybe the best driver in that line? Which, no shame on Bubba Wallace. I mean, he is a great driver, but Say the rest of the crowd down there. And I'm not even sure that is Bubba Wallace because I'm still trying to get used to some of the different paint schemes. Yes, that is Bubba Wallace there in third car in line on the bottom there. So yeah, there we go. Again, some more good pushes there. But yeah, that is Cole Custer, Cody Ware, Ty Dillon, and Bubba Wallace, the four musketeers on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to fight against everything up above. You've got Michael McDowell getting pushed by the two Penske's. You've got Kyle Busch getting some power, some help from the other Fords as well as you got Josh Berry and Chris Buescher, who really just don't have anywhere else to go. Yeah, pushing right into the back bumper there as well. And Cody Ware has a nose out in front of this field, and Cody Ware legitimately might take the lead of this race with a 4-car push. In fact, actually, sorry, Ty Dillon bailed on the bottom line. It's a 3-car train now. A 3-car tandem on the bottom of the racetrack, making this one work. And 2 of them are Cody Ware and Cole Custer. 2 of the lower funded, less... didn't know Cole Custer was still racing. Yeah, he's been full-time in the 41 this year, but nobody's paid attention to him because he's been like 25th. But yeah, here we go. The 3-car train on the bottom of that racetrack fighting for the lead of this race. It's Cody Ware versus Michael McDowell versus Kyle Busch. Yeah, round and round they go, working their way through this one. Oh man. So there we go again. Cody Ware, Michael McDowell, Busch. It is a gridlock of 3x3x3. Now, we know that there is room for a 4th lane. The question is, where or when will a 4th lane be developed, and can they develop it safely? Honestly, if I'm Logano and Blaney, I'm maybe trying to look at getting into that bottom line, because, hey, if Cody Ware can do this good in that bottom lane, how much better could we as Penske cars do in that bottom lane? And it looks like Bubba Wallace might be opening up enough of a gap for at least one of them, maybe Ryan Blaney, to bail on his teammate. Although I would find it a little out of character for a Penske car to bail on another Penske car. So there are some other drivers jumping down to that bottom lane as well to start helping out the quartet of drivers on that inside line. But it has been a very strange course of action here through the first half of this race. We are coming up on halfway complete. We are 4 laps away from halfway home here. So there we go. Again, we'll be halfway home in a little under 10 miles here, and we've got Cody Ware versus Mike McDowell versus Kyle Busch for the race lead. Let's see, who are some of the other drivers on the inside line? It looks like maybe a Riley Herbst may have found his way to the bottom of the racetrack. Hard to tell who that is. Nope, that is that's the Monster Energy car of Ty Gibbs, who has found his way to the bottom. And it looks like the 38 of Zane Smith has gotten in line behind him. Nope, that's 34 Gillen. They run a lot of the same spot. No, 34 is up there. So yeah, that's got to be 38 of Gillen then. Hey, Willpower, how's it going? As we are popping on in here again, they're talking with Chase Elliott, who's out of the infield care center, and I believe we heard has officially been eliminated from this race. So it's going to be win or go home next week at Martinsville for driver of the number 9 car, most popular driver in the sport for several years now. So here we go. Again, that momentum on the top side, I would imagine at some point Kyle Busch should be able to break free from this gridlock, but so far, Kyle Busch hasn't been able to get free of them, and the inside line is not giving up. Cody Ware and Cole Custer are legit here, trying to battle this one out. Now Kyle Busch has room to potentially try and block the Michael McDowell lane. Might even have enough time to get down in front of the Cole Custer and Cody Ware lane, although I don't know that that's the line I'd be wanting to lead. But if they have a run like they do right now, you might want to get in front of it to block. So here we go. so again, right now, Mike McDowell out in front of the field. Cody Ware on the inside. Again, they've dropped back down to like 3-4 cars on that bottom line, but they're making this work, which is just insane to think about. Because again, these are not the cars you normally think of when you think of leading races. Although at Talladega, I mean, anyone can win, but even then, the Cody Wares and Cole Custers of the world are usually the kind of joking matter here of are usually the joking like, oh yeah, what if we had a really crazy winner like a Cole Custer or a Cody Ware type win? It's not looking so crazy. I mean, Cody Ware led some laps at Daytona earlier this year too, while a bunch of people were trying to fuel save behind him. He was able to lead the field for a decent chunk of laps at Daytona, and now he's contending for the lead at Talladega. Kyle Busch, Josh Berry, though, both starting to clear Mike McDowell at the front of the field. Kyle Busch has gone down to the middle to block McDowell, goes back up to the top to pick up Berry, making some good blocks there. Making some good use of the momentum there, stifling some of that momentum further back. And again, finally, the Cole Custer and Cody Ware line has appeared to have lost at least some of that steam. But Kyle Busch, once again, once he gets into the corner, he goes down to that middle line on corner exit, tries to move back up and gets right in front of that good push that Berry gets, because Berry gets a good run off the top line right about at the exit of the corner. So Kyle Busch making every possible move to try and make this one happen. They have now officially crossed halfway. Half down, half to go in this race, and 35 laps complete in this stage. Again, they can go a little bit further than they did last time, so we're probably expecting this round of pit stops based upon what they did last time to probably come with about 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go would be my guesstimate. Again, they can go probably a little bit further because they did have a lot of laps of caution before they went green. So it will be a question mark here, but yeah, there we go. But yeah, again, right now, Kyle Busch doing everything he can to try and manage this gap to McDowell on the bottom and managing the gap up top to Berry. Again, best of both worlds. If you can manage to control both lanes of traffic like this, giving Kyle Busch a race car that he can do this with at a plate track, I mean, that just goes to show that he's a much better plate racer than he showed throughout most of his career. Because his time at Toyota, he never really dominated races like this. I mean, unless you count his involvement in that in the 2016 Daytona 500 race when the Toyotas as a whole controlled the front of the field. Yeah, unless you count that one. This is a very tight matchup. He's never really shown himself to be that great of a super speedway racer. Has a total of 3 super speedway wins in his career. 1 in the summer Daytona race, 1 at spring, 1 at Talladega, I believe in the spring, and then he won spring Talladega a couple years ago in his first year with the number 8 team. But yeah, there we go. Average fastest fuel times at Daytona and Talladega for this year. Joey Logano, Todd Gilliland, Cindric, Elliott, and Justin Haley, the top 5 fastest fuel-only pit stops. So Logano and team might be the guys to beat if it comes down to a fuel-only pit stop, but I'm kind of curious if it does come down to that or not, because again, I don't know. I mean, yeah, fuel-only is obviously going to be faster, but at what point, how worn out does this track get to the point where maybe tires do start to matter? Again, we have not seen tires matter a whole lot today. A lot of it's just been down to what ends up happening here. And again, with a Joey Logano running up inside the top 5, it is hard to gauge exactly where everybody's going to finish out on points. Because like right now, they're being shown like barely double digits above the cut line for guys like Larson, who have been running very well throughout this race, but just has not managed to make much of it up to this point. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Alright, we got 70 people popping on in here. Welcome on in. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, we've got ourselves an insane race here at the front of the field. Josh Berry may have finally found a way to shuffle Kyle Busch out of his line and take over, but here we go. Kyle Busch. Mike McDowell still battling with Kyle Busch here, but this time it is for second. And Josh Berry was able to clear Kyle Busch and jump down to the bottom line and hijack that Penske train at the bottom. Because outside of Michael McDowell, you've got two Penske Fords. You've got the Wood Brothers, who is a technical alliance with Team Penske, and the 34, which is also another car in that Penske technical alliance. So yeah, there we go. And we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, man, Josh Berry, though, he is going to be a critical component to that bottom line success, because now you got pretty much entirely Penske-supported race cars down there. Michael McDowell completely left all on his own in the middle line and gets kind of just abandoned there. He's going to try and see if he can suck up to the back bumper of his old race car. Here comes Joey Logano to the top line, trying to jump in front of that Kyle Busch momentum before Kyle Busch can go ahead and retaliate. Kyle Busch moving down the track, kind of trying to do what he can to make a pass here. Not going to get that done as Joey Logano moves down the track as well. Kyle Busch back up to the top to get right back in front of the two Roush cars. But, man, again, these Fords kind of all shuffling up here because there is a lot of Ford power at the front of this field. I mean, current moment, there is 1, 2, 3 Chevrolets inside the top 10. And the rest are all Fords. And again, right now, you've got Berry Logano up at the top of the racetrack. Kyle Busch has found himself on the bottom, leading the what was the Penske line. Now with 2 Penske cars and 2 Chevys on the bottom. So here we go. The 21 and the 22 starting to break away on that top side. The high side moving down in front of Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch is refusing to push the Penskes whatsoever. The second Logano goes to move down. Up goes Kyle Busch to the top of the racetrack, gets in front of the 2 Roush cars once again, and gets a push from drivers from the fellow Fords. Well, I say fellow Fords. Kyle Busch isn't in a Ford, but the Penske's and everybody else around there is. Buescher and Keselowski lined up on that outside line, and Kyle Busch is just mixing it up masterfully here. The bottom line has returned. There is a very big battle, top and bottom line. Those 2 Roush Fords getting a pretty big run here as they backed way up off the back bumper of Kyle Busch for a minute, but now they're right back to him, giving a nice good push. Will it be enough? 18 laps to go, still plenty of time to go here. All right, so there we go. All right, so there we go. we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We got 70 people in here. That is insane. We got Josh Berry out in front of the field. We got Busch, Logano, Busher. Again, this battle here, we finally have our first Toyota in the mix. We just talked about how the top 10 was lacking a little bit on diversity of manufacturers. Now we got Chase Briscoe and Christopher Bell jumping up in there. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Fords look tough to beat. I mean, hey, Kyle Busch is doing everything imaginable to try and beat the Fords. He's been shifting top line, bottom line, refusing to push the Penske's for even a second. And now he jumps up in front of that Toyota line that was on its way. And now he's getting a push from the Toyotas. Kyle Busch nose out ahead of the field. Here comes, we got Briscoe, Bell on that top side. Looks like Daniel Suarez, a driver with very few allegiances at this point, considering the fact that he is out of that team at year's end and possibly out of that manufacturer, although it does sound like there is a Chevy ride open with the Spire Motorsports, so he may still be in a Chevy next year, but it will definitely not be a Trackhouse Chevy, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one to watch here down the stretch, but all that Penske power on the bottom line is going to be tough to beat. Again, and all this is without the reminder that we still have another pit stop to go. We've had all this action. We still have a guaranteed pit stop somewhere in this stage, and we got 2 cars coming to pit road here right now. So 2 cars jump on pit road. Not sure who they were. They were kind of towards the back half of the field. One of them looked like maybe Anthony Alfredo. But here we go. Kyle Busch out in front. He's cleared himself in front of all 3 lanes of traffic, and he can now try and block all 3 lanes if he wants to here. Again, it's going to be tough, though, to block that top line when you're hanging out on the bottom. You really want to hang out in the middle lane if you're going to try and block all 3. Oh, and Kyle Busch waving a hand out the window, possibly signaling coming to pit road this time. Kyle Busch may be coming to pit road this time. I believe he just stuck his hand out the window. And with 14 laps to go, about 10 laps earlier than, or about 5 laps earlier than I thought, we have our first wave of pit stops other than those 2 cars way at the back. So yeah, there we go. All right, so Kyle Busch getting his car nice and fueled up, getting the grill cleaned off, and he is back out. Nice short pit stop. Austin Hill, Barry, McDowell, and Cody Ware, some of the other drivers who came down this time. Kyle Busch, a little bit of a slower stop there. Barry out with a 3.1 second pit stop, and he is out ahead of Kyle Busch. Again, Briscoe, Busher, Bell. Again, you've got a massive shakeup here near the front of the field. This one's going to be insane to watch down the stretch. Hopefully you guys are excited. I know I certainly am. So yeah, here we go. Let's see. Again, right now, Briscoe at the top of the racetrack. He's got another Toyota behind him in Christopher Bell. Keselowski, Suarez, on the bottom line trying to help Busher prevail. But at the moment, I don't know if the Penske, the Roush power has quite enough in it to compete with the Toyotas on the top line. Especially when I'm not sure who the pusher actually behind the 20 is. Okay, so the 20 has the 99 behind him. Meanwhile, there's 3 Roush cars and 2 Hendrick cars on that bottom line. I mean, that is an extremely strong inner lane. And coming by pit road, nobody chooses to pit this time by. Nobody at all coming to pit road this time by. And it is going to be a little bit of a chance to sweat it out here now if you're Kyle Busch, because you're kind of hoping that some more people would have come with you. Hopefully you've got enough guys with you that cars in line don't actually end up mattering, but you could very easily end up a lap down if you're not careful about this. So, again, good thing is that the fact that they're still side by side, they're slowing each other up just enough. Meanwhile, the cars who have already pit are almost certainly in a single file line trying to run away from these guys. And again, if you can just get away from them enough to where you don't get lapped, eventually the pit stops will end up coming back through. So, yeah, here we go. Here comes another wave of pit stops. It's going to be just the 3 Roush cars all by themselves. In what world do you get on pit road these days and only have your teammates on there with you? Normally, at least somebody jumps onto your strategy. And yep, Shane Van Gisbergen up to the 5th position as everybody else is coming down pit road, as a bunch of people are coming down pit road. SVG though, he's been doing really well here and at the normal 1.5 mile ovals the last couple weeks. But hey, 3 stops, all 3.1, 3.1, and 3.2 for the 3 Roush cars. I mean, hey, those are some really solid stops and able to get in and out off pit road cleanly. I mean, that's like the dream scenario, is to be on pit road with no one but your teammates and only have like 3 of you to manage. Here comes the pit road cycle with a lot more as SVG gets turned. Shane Van Gisbergen gets turned in front of the field. Caution flag flies as they head onto the pit road at Talladega. Caution flag flies for SVG in the dirt. Not sure when they're going to throw it exactly, but we know it's coming. The caution flag is waving, and we've got Briscoe, Suarez, Bell, Van Gisbergen, Larson, Gibbs, Hocevar, Blaney, Bubba Wallace, and more coming to pit road. But as we mentioned, the 88 of SVG looks to be stuck in the grass here as he was coming down to the pit road. And it's like NASCAR doesn't want to throw the caution, but they go ahead and throw it. And there it is. Caution flag is out. SVG in the infield, stuck in the wet grass because apparently it rained overnight last night. And yeah, man. Again, everybody getting out of line. And SVG just wheel hopped it himself. It wasn't even I thought maybe the car behind him hooked him because I've seen that happen dozens of times here at Talladega. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a driver lock up their own tires and spin themselves out coming to pit road. I mean, just a simple driver error for SVG. And I mean, yeah, he hasn't done this a whole lot, but man, that is a unfortunate error there for SVG. Again, lucky that nobody else got collected in that, and somehow I think everybody else made it through now, and they did ultimately leave pit road open, so everybody was able to get a chance to come to pit road. So that this one isn't going to affect anybody else. But yeah, slow spin, able to get out of the way of everybody else. So everybody manages to avoid it. That is incredible driving by the rest of the field, and even SVG to be able to get be able to know, hey, my car is spinning, and navigate himself out the way. I mean, I don't know how much control he had in that moment, considering he was in the middle of spinning out, but I mean, a lot of the time you hear a lot of drivers say, "Hey, lock it down in the bottom," which would have involved potentially wiping out Byron. But SVG seems to control the car enough, at least, to avoid wiping anybody else out in his own mistake. So, yeah, there we go. Again, just watching this over and over again, it's just incredible that somehow, some way, nobody else got caught up in this. Great moves by a lot of drivers there to make that one happen. And again, the safety truck coming out there to help give SVG the push he needs to escape the grass. As SVG hasn't done a whole lot of off-roading, has he? Because he is just trying to power through it. Just try turning the car towards the infield. That way you can get back on pavement, dude. There we go. Okay, he did ultimately get back to the pavement, but he also had a flat tire there from the spin, which was not making that any easier. And some weepers. We got some water coming out of the gaps in the pavement here. So maybe it wasn't even a tire lockup situation. Maybe he ran over the water coming out of one of those cracks in the pavement. I mean, that would certainly be a comical way for that to have happened. Let's see. How much time we got left in this race? We got... yeah, caution flag. SVG spun coming to pit. SVG spun coming to pit road from 5th place and got stuck in the mud. So he ultimately needed a pace truck to come out and push him enough so he could get out of it because it rained overnight last night in Talladega. So yeah, oh yep, there was some water coming out of there. So it wasn't even really an SVG problem. Yeah, he just barely hits a small puddle of water and just slips. So it wasn't even an SVG mistake at all. So SVG just slips on a small amount of water coming out from a crack in the pavement. Yeah, manages to control the spin very well, getting out of traffic and managing to avoid collecting anybody else up in that spin. Ends up in the dirt, though, in the mud, and got stuck a little bit. So here we go. Pit road's open. We got Logano coming down for 4 tires. Looks like Reddick also possibly coming down. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, that was insane. So yeah, there we go. They're sending this one to commercial break again. We're just chilling out here. Again, SVG, no damage, so he should be able to return, but man, you hate to see that for a driver who was running so well. Yeah, for as far as he ran. So there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Alright, so there we go. Just double checking the I think we're gonna go ahead and swap power bricks. So give me like 2 seconds, guys. We got 65 people still hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday afternoon here. We'll give you guys an NFL score update as well, because again, I know you guys are choosing to spend some amount of your time here, but you guys may want some score updates, so I will go ahead and update you guys on the score of those games. Not to mention, I kind of want to check them because I like the NFL too. So there we go. Hey Robert, how's it going? All right, so there we go. All right, let's see. Refresh the NFL scores. Let's see. What do we got? First off, Colts game 6-3. I will take it. It's not pretty, but all right. Let's see. Eagles beat the Vikings 28-22. Okay. Patriots 31-13. They crushed the Titans. Panthers beat the Jets 13-6. Not pretty, but the Panthers got it done. The Cleveland Browns beat the Miami Dolphins 31-6. There we go. The Bears beat the Saints 26-14. Yeah, we'll as they're coming back from commercial break. We'll get you guys updated on the scoreboard exactly where they all are. But yeah, Bears 26-14 over the Saints. The Chiefs hold on to beat the Raiders in a 31-point shutout. All the other games appear to be scoreless at the current moment. So, all right, let's see. What happened here on pit road? We had another scary situation as Dylan coming out of the pit box runs a tire into the number 21 crew, and the 21 crew slaps the 10 car, but I don't know how much that's going to do. But yeah, he just runs their tire right into their tire carrier. Tire carrier does the best he can to curl up in the wheel well once he realized that there was a car running into their tire. But man, that is not great to be in. That's not a great spot to be in. And Ty Dillon should have known to back up and go around the tire. Like, there is no reason. Yeah, no. I mean, I would almost be willing to say Ty Dillon should not be in that car if he's going to just drive into a tire like that. Or the crew chief or whoever told him to just drive straight out. If that was entirely Ty's decision, then it's probably on him. Although there's a chance maybe on the sight line, maybe he couldn't see all the way to the ground and couldn't see there was a tire there. But then that would be on a crew chief or spotter to let him know. Here we go. Back to racing. 4 laps to go. We're green flag's out. And yeah, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson out in front of the field after that cycle of pit stops again. The timing of the caution was always going to favor the guys who were pitting in and around the time that he came to that SVG spun, because they were able to pit without losing all that time because the caution flag came out. So again, this is going to flip this one a little bit. Again, Briscoe out in front of the field leading. Larson and Bell both 20 plus points above Byron for that final playoff spot. And again, as of right now, at least it looks like it's probably going to be at least two Gibbs cars in the playoffs in the final 4, if not a 3 versus 1. And then the question becomes, who is going to be the one? Will it be Larson? Will it be Blaney? Will it be Byron? So there we go. Another great push there from Bell to the back bumper of Carson Hocevar there. Bell right up there with Larson. And Kyle Busch Kyle Busch dropping like a rock there. 3 laps to go in the stage. Again, all these playoff guys fighting hard for every point, every position they can get here. Again, you got 200 cars up top. You got Byron Larson up top. You got 2 Toyotas on the bottom line. Not lined directly together, but they are lined up together. And Briscoe out in front of the field. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go here. And let's see, what do we got? We got, again, Briscoe moves up to the top line to go ahead and manage the run from Kyle Larson and William Byron. Hocevar on the bottom line, though, unblocked. Now Briscoe moves back down to go ahead and block Hocevar. It's going to be a game of blocks here down the stretch. Can Briscoe make the necessary blocks and avoid getting himself wrecked for some of the blocks that he's going to be forced to make? Here comes Joey Logano getting in that outside line. Don't think he's going to get there, as we're going to have Larson and Briscoe side by side as they take the white flag. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go in the stage. Larson versus Briscoe. Briscoe and Bell pretty much tied in points. Larson does have like a 20-point lead on them, so if it isn't Briscoe or Bell that win these races, it very well could be them fighting with each other for the points position, assuming that Kyle Larson can avoid a disaster today the same way that William Byron attempted to avoid a disaster 1 week ago. But as of right now, Briscoe out in front of the field trying his best to hang on. You got Larson on the top side coming down to the stretch. This is the final lap of stage number 2. Door to door, Briscoe's going to get out in front, and they are going to be battling behind as Larson will take P3. It looks, P2. Larson gets to second. Yeah, Hocevar third. Byron fourth. Bell will round out your top 5. Ty Gibbs, Blaney, Gilliland, Hocevar, and, Gilliland, Nemechek, and Bowman, the rest of the top 10. Tyler Reddick, first driver to miss out on stage points, so Joey Logano does not get stage points, and that's going to push him even further towards a must-win scenario than he already was. So he is basically going to be forced into a must-win type scenario here. There we go. Alright, so there we go. Again, they go to commercial break again. We're just chilling out here. Oh, Giants score a touchdown. Okay, who is a Giants score a touchdown? Cowboys score a touchdown in the Commanders game. I completely forgot to check my lineups. But for who needed to have in my garage, which might come back to bite me, let's see. Fantasy team. No, I had, well, maybe not my best option in my garage, but I am tied with my mom on points, so we are not doing terrible. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Let's see. Let's see if we got any other fantasy action. So we got a rushing touchdown from Jonathan Taylor. All right, I'll take that. 34 rushing yards, 2 receptions, and 19 yards. Corey Krosky-Merritt getting a little bit of work in the Commanders game already. Trey McBride in the red zone. Oh, I'm actually projected to win? Let's go. Why was I not projected? I guess Taylor's being projected for a lot of points for a running back. Oh, and Cleveland's defense going for 29 points. 4 sacks, 3 interceptions. Oh, yep, there we go. And a pick six. One of those interceptions or fumble recovery must have been a touchdown. So, yeah, there we go. 29-point defense. Yep, that would do it. That would flip that script there. All right, let's log back in here, though, and we are getting ready for this one. All right, we got 75 people here just hanging out in here while we were at commercial break. You heard me rant about my fantasy football team. Yeah, but yeah, we're getting ready to go back racing at the start of stage number 3. Should be good. Let's see. How is my work league going? Not great, as the Dallas touchdown was not a passing TD. It wasn't a rushing touchdown by Dak either. Corey Krosky-Merritt has only gotten me a point or so in this one. Gonna need a big day from Bijan. Cortland Sutton hasn't done much. Darren Waller did absolutely nothing in the game. Oh, man. That sucks. Granted, I didn't have another tight end to go with in this situation. So, yeah, again, we'll be getting ready to go back racing here shortly. Jalen Waddle only 1. Man, we got hosed. Not to mention the Patriots' defense came alive in that second half, so. All right, there we go. All right, so most playoff stage points earned by playoff drivers today. You got Blaney and Briscoe both earning 10 apiece. Larson at 9. Bell, Byron both at 7 playoff points apiece. So, or stage points apiece. So they are all earning those points, trying to point their way closer to that cut line. Again, it is not going to be an easy task. And it looks like we do have guys getting ready for a round of yellow flag pit stops here. As the stage is ended, and I'm kind of surprised how many people are coming to pit road, considering how many of them were on pit road. Less than I guess some of them might be in just a top off, or some of them might have done fuel only on the previous stop and want tires now. So, but yeah, again, it just seems like a really weird situation here, but yeah, there we go. William Byron, a 13-second stop there for Willie B. We got Larson out there with an 11-second pit stop there. Briscoe going to be a little bit longer there. 6 drivers stayed out, including the 1, the 38, the 11, the 99, the 21, and the 33. Nemechek, Reddick, Busch, among others, coming in for fuel only on this stop, following probably some tires during the SVG caution. So there we go. So I'm guessing a lot of drivers, when they saw the wreck happen behind them, decided, oh yeah, let's go ahead and not get caught up in. Let's go ahead and just get our tires now while they're going to have to throw that caution. Well, the drivers who pit before that had no idea there was going to be a caution and had to, and probably took fuel only there. All right, so there we go. Again, we're chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, let's see. We are... All right, we're chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time again. We've had a pretty eventful stream, honestly, up to this point. We've got nearly 80 people in here just listening to me ramble again about nonsense here. We got Cardinals getting a field goal. The Commanders got a safety on the Dallas Cowboys. What? All right. You got the Broncos out there. Colts are going to have to either punt or kick a field goal here. I'm not sure which, if they're in field goal range or not, but so they might go up they might go up by 6 points. So there we go. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. 85 people popping on in here. Again, thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of a very valuable Sunday here with us as we are getting ready for this one. And we got ourselves 68 laps remaining. Or this stage is 68 laps total. We're 4 laps into that, so we got 64 to go here. There we go. Again, we are chilling. Man, 88 people. Where are all these people coming from? We don't normally have this many. Again, thank you guys for everybody that's been joining in on these streams the last few weeks, because honestly, they've been insane ever since we got back from our 2-week trip to New Hampshire and Bristol in back-to-back weeks. I mean, you guys have been showing up and showing out. I mean, when I go and look at our most viewed live streams, I mean, Kansas was our most viewed stream of all time, but then like Vegas from last week, right up there in the top 5. And even the Roval from a couple weeks ago, which was a road course and not an overly interesting race, also broke up into that top 10 most viewed streams of all time here. All right, so there we go. They got the Martinsville schedule posted, so it's 6 p.m. on Friday for the truck race. We should definitely be able to do that. 7:30 p.m. Saturday night for the Xfinity Series race, and then 2 p.m. Sunday for the Cup Series. Should be an exciting bit of racing ahead of us, so we are, as I say, we're excited to get back going here for the final 60-some laps of Talladega Superspeedway action. But yeah, then we got a full week of short track racing tomorrow, starting next weekend at Martinsville. So there we go, up to 94 people. Oh, man, are we gonna hit 100 people watching this thing? Because that would be insane if we could somehow get to 100 people watching. Yeah, we're still under the caution for the end of the stage 3. The SVG spin happened with like 10 laps happened with like 8 to 10 laps to go in the stage. So we went back racing to the end of the stage. Stage win was awarded to Chase Briscoe, and then we went back under caution flag for the end of stage 3. So that is the current caution that we are working our way through, is the stage 3 ending caution. Which honestly, and I've heard this echoed a couple of times recently. Looks like the 21 might have been going to the garage, which that's not good, because that's a very fast car going to the garage. But I've heard it a couple times. I actually wouldn't mind it if purely the cautions that are just for the end of the stages would not count as count towards the total race laps. The rest of the cautions, when it's a caution for contact, absolutely needs to count. Otherwise, some of these races would never end. But I don't mind that. If they are going to keep the stage caution around, I've said it a couple of times, I would rather just see them get rid of the stage yellows. Just get rid of the guaranteed caution altogether. Award the points, and hey, if people want to coordinate their pit stops to happen right after the stage end, great. If they don't, credit to them for trying something different. But yeah, there we go. So again, yeah, Briscoe winning the stage 2 there, getting himself 10 points after kind of being skunked in stage 1 on points. So there we go. And it looks like it's going to be Nemechek and Kyle Busch out in front of the field. Then you've got Reddick and Alfredo in row 2. Row 3 is going to be where we find Logano and Michael McDowell. I say we should have a pretty exciting race here, though, as we're getting ready to go back racing here in a lap or two, hopefully. Hopefully this one, yep, looks like we are going to be getting the... yeah, okay, here we go. Pace car is off. Pace car is off. We are feeling the hands of Nemechek and Busch as we go racing. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. Here we go. That 42, the control car on the top side. Let's see how far that top line gets ahead before Kyle Busch starts to do his thing. Because Kyle Busch in that last stage was cooking with the amount of moves he was making to try and do anything but push the Penske's. Like he was doing anything and everything he could to avoid ending up on the back bumper behind doing anything and everything he could to end up avoiding being behind the back bumper of a Penske car. So here we go. Now Kyle Busch a little bit boxed in on the bottom line here. He's got Anthony Alfredo and Michael McDowell on the bottom as his pushing partners, but that's about all he's got for help on the bottom. Meanwhile, the middle line and the top line are both way more formed up, have way more cars in their lines, so we're going to have to wait and see as we get through this one further and further, but as of right now, it looks like it very well is going to be a tough ride here for Kyle Busch to try and see if he can get somewhere, although we did see a small group be able to make do with much worse equipment. Okay, maybe not much worse. I don't know how bad that 8 car really is. But, and now Anthony Alfredo bailing on Kyle Busch. And Kyle Busch bails on Michael McDowell. Everybody bailing on McDowell at the very bottom. Now it's McDowell alone. There is a spot, though. McDowell has a spot to try and jump in line. If he doesn't see it, though, it looks like that gap is going to go away on him. No, not Michael. All right, McDowell now the Lone Ranger on the bottom line. And unfortunately, I don't think there's any way a Lone Ranger is going to be able to storm up to the front the way we saw Cody Ware and Cole Custer doing together. Even though I think that 71 is superior to a Cole Custer or a Cody Ware machine. You just can't do it alone. Speaking of doing it alone, the front several cars are starting to get single file here with the John Hunter Nemechek line. Who's my pick to win? Pre-race, I went and I took Ryan Blaney with the first pick. I would love to see a Michael McDowell or Kyle Busch win, but again, where I had the first choice, I couldn't not go with one of the Penske cars. They've been so good here for so many races. So yeah, I'm taking Ryan Blaney was my pre-race pick. Again, the way Kyle Busch is racing, I wouldn't rule him out though, because he's been racing really well all day today, and especially down the end of that second stage there. All right, there we go. And another touchdown for the Colts. Let's go. All right. So again, right now, John Hunter Nemechek leading this field around. Reddick to second. Third is Kyle Busch. Fourth, Anthony Alfredo. So everybody's just getting single filed out here. And it looks like that line on the bottom, led by, I believe that's Ty Gibbs, is going to be a little left out to dry here. Looks like the 21 has come back out to go ahead and get it. Would be fitting to win Dega for who? For Kyle Busch or for Blaney? Because I could see it being fairly fitting for both of them. There we go. But yeah, again, right now, Joey Logano also in a starting to end up in must-win territory here, and this is probably Logano's only shot to win because he's not very good at. He has not been great at Martinsville in recent years. So, I say, could this be the last shot for Joey Logano to keep his keep his season alive? Because honestly, without a win today, I think he's going to be really in a tough spot here. KB, yeah. Yeah, I can see it being pretty good for KB again to win, bring the number 8 back to victory lane at Talladega. I remember when he first won Talladega in the number 8. That was a pretty cool one to see. Again, just the fact that you see the number 8 for RCR in victory lane gave a lot of people flashbacks to Dale Jr. in that car. Here we go. Ty Gibbs getting a little bit of a run off the 21 there, who he was able to draft up behind, who was going significantly off the pace, but was able to slingshot himself forward a little bit off of that. And you got Bubba Wallace and Ty Gibbs on the bottom of the racetrack, two of the lesser cared for Toyota drivers. Okay, I'm assuming that means as long as it's not Logano to win it. Yeah, I think a lot of people share that sentiment of not wanting Logano to win his way to the championship 4 at this point. Although he's fought very hard to try and get that spot in the championship 4, but I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of somebody else winning. I would rather see almost anybody win just because I'm not a big Logano fan, but there you go. Looks like, who was that popped out of the line? Is that, I don't know, that's Bubba Wallace who was up there side drafting. But yeah, again, here we go. Ty Gibbs to the lead, Bubba Wallace to second. We got John Hunter Nemechek hanging on in that third position, but a lot of Toyota power near the front of the field. In fact, the top 5, all Toyotas here. Now Daniel Suarez getting into the middle here. Byron needs this win. Yeah, he needs this win, but he's been fairly anonymous all day today. As we kind of talked about, that just kind of is his MO here. I've seen him a couple of times here and there, but he's mid-pack right now. Meanwhile, here comes Logano and Blaney hooked up together. They're going to see if they can make something happen. Austin Dillon on the bottom of 3 wide. I don't think that's going to work out too well. Barring somebody else on the bottom trying to give you a push, which is kind of hard to come by here. Yeah, Austin Dillon's just going to keep losing spots. Yeah, we've seen Austin Dillon have some real trouble here. Larson hasn't won since Kansas. Well, again, this is not the kind of track I would expect Larson to come out and win at. The 1.5 milers, sure. The short tracks, maybe. But yeah, this was not. I said it a couple of times throughout the week that as Logano advances, this will be the most diabolical season. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I get it. I get why a lot of people are upset with Logano. I think it should more so be a annoyance, not necessarily with Logano, but with the playoff format instead. Because yeah, I'm not a big fan of the winner takes all. We've talked about it a number of times down the stretch here. That I would rather see. I'd rather see a format that does reward at least some amount of consistency. Oh yeah, well, Larson's been able to win stages at plate tracks, but yeah, say finishing races and winning stages are 2 very different things. If you want to know anything more about that, I would refer to the expert. Hey, Joey Logano. Because that's pretty much been Logano's MO this year as well, leading the most laps of any driver on drafting tracks, but has a best finish of 17th this year on drafting tracks. So, I mean, yeah, it's definitely a interesting one here. But yeah, there goes Logano back down to the bottom to work with his Team Penske affiliate teammate here. I'm curious if they're nose to tail on the final lap. I'm wondering how long does Blaney wait to dump his teammate? And does he dump his teammate? Because we know Logano would be willing to dump a teammate for a playoff spot. I'd like to imagine that Blaney is probably willing to do the same to Logano. Because again, we know Logano would not pay Blaney any courtesy, especially where they're both racing for a playoff spot. There we go. Riley Herbst has been in the top 10 frequently. I'd have to remember exactly which times because it's, again, these weeks have been chaotic, but him running in the top 10 at a plate track is not exactly surprising. He's always been a pretty good drafting track driver. Even back in the Xfinity Series, those were some of his best runs back when he used to run the 98 Xfinity car for Haas. These were some of the, and even back when he was in the Gibbs system, he was always pretty good at the drafting tracks. Oh, like for this race. Okay, yeah, he's been a pretty good drafting driver for a while now. But, yeah, again, the line seems to have single-filed out, and it seems like we have decided the bottom is the way to be here. So that top line is pretty much completely evaporated. Kyle Busch has gone back with it. And now it's the driver leading the most laps. Last 10 races have all been won by different drivers. That's an insane stat. 7 of the last 11 races have ended with a last lap pass for the win. That is a pretty interesting stat. All right. So, again, chaos and unpredictability pretty much reign supreme at this track. And, again, Logano being shown as the leader and a 5-point gap between Bell and Briscoe for that final playoff spot here. Again, if Larson can finish this race in even just a halfway decent spot, he should be in a good spot to advance. He just needs to avoid the big one because, again, so far tonight, we have yet to see a big one. In fact, I think the only cautions for contact we've seen was the AJ Allmendinger crash, which involved like maybe a half dozen cars, so 5-6 cars most in that one. And then we had the solo spin of SVG where he managed to avoid everybody. So, we really haven't had a standout. We haven't had a standout we haven't had a standout crash yet. I mean, most of the cars are still on the track in this one. And we got Logano and Blaney leading and dominating this race. At least for the time being, and you've got the 3 Roush Fords right on the back bumper behind you, which, while Roush is probably the least affiliated team with Team Penske, they do still all have Roush 8 motors under the hood. So one would imagine there's at least some allegiance alliance there. And then there comes Todd Gilliland, another one of those Penske powered Fords, or Penske aligned Fords. So again, Penske has a lot of dogs in this fight, but so far they're making it work. 48 laps to go, 48 to go here. And again, if this race stays green, we're actually on pace for a very well-timed race. I mean, we're at about 3.5 hours for a Talladega 500-mile sporting event. I mean, hey, that is insanely good on the timing aspect. We'd be almost done if we were only running a 400-miler at Talladega, although I'm not proposing that we shorten Talladega to 400 miles. But if we were going to, we would be right about at the end of it. We'd be closing in on 20 to go here. Probably actually closer to 10 to go if we do the math. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Here comes the run on the top side here. Who's that on the very top? Is that the 62 of Alfredo? Yes, that is. The 62 Beard Motorsports car with Anthony Alfredo. Michael McDowell pushing on the back bumper there. A couple of Chevys at the very top of the racetrack trying to make something happen. You got Ross Chastain behind them. And then behind them, you've got a couple of playoff drivers, Bell and Larson, trying to just advance whatever lane they're in to try and, honestly, I don't even think they necessarily care as much about their own position as they do pushing somebody ahead of Logano. Because if Logano wins, that starts to put major pressure on both of them to advance. And Riley Herbst's major slow up there in the middle line and scatters almost everybody in the back half. I don't know if Riley Herbst is blowing up or something, but yeah, he just causes everybody to scatter as Riley Herbst down to 100 miles an hour, no flat tire in sight, and yeah, just a complete just a complete loss of speed. Not sure what happened there. He gets to pit road, and we'll get a chance to figure this out, hopefully. But yeah, that was insane. Jumping to pit road like that. All right, so here we go. Let's see what we got here. So again, Riley Herbst stops in his pit box. Looks like he's going to go ahead and stop and see if they can figure out what went wrong with that car. But yeah, that there just broke up this pack and really shuffled up who the players are in this one. Anthony Alfredo managed to secure himself a spot at the front of the field by jumping down in front of Reddick. But yeah, that upper line though seems to have lost a bit of speed. Again, McDowell's still the leader up there. You got a lot of the same players still in that top line. Not sure why it backed up as much as it did. The two lower lanes, maybe it lost some numbers further back, which was helping move that top line along. But regardless, yeah, they don't seem to have quite that kind of speed. Although here comes McDowell with a run. Mike McDowell might have the run here that he needs. A good push from the 1. Gets him clear than 26, or the 62, by a decent chunk. And now it's McDowell versus Logano for the lead of the race. And again, on boards with all these other drivers around the board here. And it is going to be a tight one here as we go down the front straightaway. Door to door, Mike McDowell not able to get the lead away from Logano at the line that time. So McDowell not able to lead at the line that time. That one went to Joey Logano. And now we got, again, McDowell trying to wind up another one, see if he can maybe elicit some help from the fellow Chevy. And I hate having Yellawood sponsoring the scoreboard, because when I see a big yellow thing flash at the top of the screen, I think caution, and then I see that it's Yellawood, and it's like, nope, that's not it. So here we go. Again, we're going to a commercial break here. The Penske cars on the bottom of the racetrack still holding strong here. Most of them still strong enough to go ahead and lead this race. The question is whether or not the little teams that can actually muster up the strength needed here. Because again, right now you got the 62 and the 71 on the top side. You got a Spire Motorsports car, which Spire Motorsports is not as weak as I think most people would probably believe them to be. And then you've got the 62 of what's his name? Alfredo, who's also up there. So there we go. All right, 43 laps to go here. 43 laps to go. Again, at this point, you could theoretically pit here and make it to the end of the stage. Or make it to the end of the race on this one. But yeah, here we go. We cracked the 100 mark. Let's go. 101 viewers right now. Let's go. Again, right now, Logano, Blaney dominating that inside line. And yeah, that inside line seems like it's the preferred line right now amongst almost everybody. That middle lane and that top lane have both lost some serious steam down the stretch here while we've been at commercial break. And yeah, they're trying their best, but as of right now, the Penske and Ford power on the bottom line is just too strong. And I say, McDowell and the others are doing a good job to try. It's just coming up just a little bit short as of right now. Again, we're working our way through this one. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. But yeah, again, McDowell and Alfredo doing everything they can to try and get up here. Side by side with Logano for the lead. Goes McDowell. Mike McDowell side by side, door to door with Joey Logano for the race lead. He's got the 62 right with him. Push right up to the front. Now the 62 backs off a bit. Gonna try and build back up another run. Problem is there's no other cars with them. Those two overextended ahead of the rest of the field. They really need at least one more car to go with them if they want to make that kind of extension work. Or you need to really bring the entire rest of the field with you forward. Which at the moment, the rest of the field not really in a position to do that. But here we go. 40 laps to go. Showing a replay of that nasty crash from earlier that took out AJ Allmendinger. Again, a little shaken up and out of breath early on, but checked and released from the infield care center. He is okay. All right, so there we go. And again, right now we got Ross Chastain trying to do something there on the top line, but I don't know that Ross Chastain on his own is going to be enough to do much. He is going to come down in front of Michael McDowell, and maybe that will give them the one extra car that they need. I was kind of hoping it would be someone behind McDowell so that McDowell could be the hero, but hey, if we can turn Chastain into the hero of the story, let's go ahead and do it. But yeah, here we go. Again, the one car of Chastain just got out ahead of Mike McDowell. Now McDowell might have the car he needs to push to get somebody out ahead of Logano. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, right now though, again, Logano, Chastain, Blaney, the front three. Again, Chastain's starting to actually threaten this top groove here, and he's got the rest of that middle line with him. So, unlike earlier when we talked about McDowell and Alfredo overextending themselves, he now has the entire rest of that line with him as he's making this march towards the front. So even if he needs to back up to get a run, it's only a matter of like a half second he needs to drop back versus needing to drop back a second or two to the back bumper of the or to the front bumper of the car in front of you. There we go. Ross Chastain getting a nice push alongside Joey Logano. Chastain looking to try and prove he should have been in this round of the playoffs. Yeah, he was eliminated on a last lap, last ditch effort there as Logano was able to go ahead and hang on and survive to this round of the playoffs. Now Chastain potentially in a position to end Logano's playoffs if he can get ahead of Logano and slow him up enough. We could legitimately be seeing the end of Joey Logano's playoff reign right here at Talladega. One of his best tracks. Probably his best shot to try and win to make it to the end of to make it to the next round. Here comes the Christopher Bell to the lead of this outside line, trying to also see if he can maybe be the one to get clear of Joey Logano and reign supreme here. SVG has marched his way back up to the front. After earlier on when SVG had that issue, he managed to march his way back up to the front. He's got his teammate behind him. So there we go. As a Trackhouse making good work of this. Yeah, right now Christopher Bell in a pretty good spot here. He's on the he's in the middle line here. He's got a good amount of cars behind him. Just gonna come down to whether or not he can get the right push at the right time to get ahead of Logano. Alright, so here we go again. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, 21-point difference here. And again, SVG doing a great job on his own up here in the front of the field. Man, we're just trying to catch our breath because it has been a long one here at Talladega in terms of green flag runs. We are not used to races staying green for this long. So there we go. And hey, you know what? Blaney right there with Logano. Could Blaney be the one to get the win? I would love to see Blaney get this win. Come on. Let's see. Blaney, dump your teammate and just let's ride off into the sunset. Alright, so we go again. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We got 84 people still hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable time here with us as we're coming up on 30 laps to go. 30 laps to go here soon. Again, Logano, Blaney dominating the front of this field, but right now it's kind of just getting into that gridlock here where everybody's just kind of settling into position. We got Byron maybe trying to make a move here. SVG on Christopher Bell, kind of fighting with each other and causing each other to allow the 22 to escape out ahead of them. SVG, I get that you're new here, but the rest of these drivers are probably sick and tired of seeing the Penske cars in the championship. So let's see what we can do here. But again, right now, these guys are so far ahead here. They're doing a good job. Again, the inside line's done a masterful job. Here comes SVG. Now SVG is going to lead that inside line. It's like, okay, I guess, hey, if SVG wants to try and win the plate race, he's doing the right thing. And again, people would probably support him winning it. It's just a matter of, if he's going to be the guy to do it, everybody's got to kind of just agree to get in line in one singular line and just dominate past the Penske cars. Here comes Daniel Suarez up and past his teammate, and now he's in the front of the middle line. Everybody keeps, that outside line keeps passing the middle line and then dropping to the bottom. It's like, come on. If you're going to all do that, just work with everybody to try and get you a spot in line somewhere else. You don't because that top line should be the one everybody's wanting to get in. If it's fast enough to just blow by the middle lane. All right, so there we go. Yeah, 32 laps to go. Counting down this one pretty quick. Again, laps are ticking by pretty quick. It's just a long green flag run, and I'm kind of curious as to when they make their pit stop. Again, I would probably be making it somewhere around the halfway point because you're going to have to pit before you get too far past the halfway point regardless. So I think pitting right around right around 38 to 40 laps in this stage is going to be just about perfect. All right, so there we go. Again, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Under another commercial break. And, Todd, why is it showing Todd Gilliland as the leader? Did Todd Gilliland really find a way to clear all this other junk and get to the lead, or is that just a graphics glitch? No, Todd Gilliland actually found a way to get out of the mess because he was in line behind the Roush cars for a while. And Gilliland has now found a way to get himself out there and trying to take the lead of this race. All right, hey, let's go Todd Gilliland. Todd Gilliland making a pretty good move there to get out of the line he was in and find a way to the front of the line that he wanted to be in, I guess. And he's now got a nose out ahead of out ahead of Briscoe here. Again, Briscoe versus Byron is actually going to be an interesting points battle, assuming that they finish right around where they are now, because Again, Byron's having a good day inside the top 10. And Briscoe, outside of that one stage win, has been pretty close to nowhere to be seen in this final stage. So I can see he's in the mix. It's just a matter of not being anywhere near kind of the front, at least as of right now. So we'll have to wait and see if he changes that. Yeah, he's back there behind Christopher Bell at this point. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. 98 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday here with us. We got ourselves under 30 laps to go here. We got side-by-side for the lead. Joey Logano versus Todd Gilliland. Todd Gilliland hanging on to this one. He's been up there for a couple of laps now. He just has not been able to break this yellow and red car tie between himself and the 22. Looks like the 22 on the bottom side going to have the slight edge here. Most wins at Talladega among active drivers. It's Brad Keselowski with 6, Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney with 2 apiece. Then you've got Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, and Stenhouse all with 2. So, a lot of drivers who have wins at Talladega. Very few have won it more than once or twice. So, it's going to be a battle down the stretch to see if we see a new name added to one of those 2 lists here. Here we go. Good push from Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin in the mix. Now it's, we got Joey Logano out in front of the field. We got Ryan Blaney to second. Martinsville next Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Man, yeah, it's been a long week, but we are here. We're chilling out here. Last night was like one of the first nights I actually got a decent amount of sleep all week, so yeah, we are. We got the 34 poking his nose out ahead of the field. You got the 20. You got the 11 of Hamlin, 24 Byron, all probably rooting for that 34 to go up there and win this thing. Well, 11 probably doesn't care too much because he, although I'm sure he probably would rather not face the 22 at Phoenix, so maybe he cares. But then Byron, his points battle gets a little bit easier if the 22 doesn't win. But yeah, that outside line starting to evaporate a little bit as it looks like the inside line might be building some numbers here, which they certainly did not need because they've been dominating this on the inside line for a number of laps at this point. Again, 26 laps to go. They're working this one right now and making this one work, but as I say, it does not seem like a very stable balance of power here. Someone somewhere is going to get a bad push, and ooh, Blaney gets a little loose there. Yeah, I was about to say, somebody somewhere is going to get a bad push, and it is going to set off a chain reaction. And I was worried that as I said that, it was about to be Blaney, because Blaney being my pick for the win, I don't want to see him get torn up in this. But as of right now, it is it's definitely going to be a question mark to see where everybody else finishes here. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so Gilliland out in front of the field just barely by a nose here. Again, none of these drivers have been able to break free from this 2x2x2 gridlock here. Nobody's really trying to establish a third lane, and that second lane has not had the power or speed to overcome this inside line, which has, again, the 2 playoff Penske's, all 3 Roush Fords, and then a gaggle of cars behind them. That includes, but is not limited to, Ty Dillon, Kyle Busch. It looks like maybe Alex Bowman in the Ally 48 might also be a part of that group. 24 to go, 24 laps to go. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the end of this. I say we're 45 laps into this stage. We're gonna be running it, and I say they're gonna run out of fuel here very quickly. So I'm kind of curious as to see how long they go before they come to pit road, because their pit stops are gonna have to be right around the corner here, because they have. And I say this one is gonna be an absolute barn burner when they come to pit road, because they are gonna be racing on and off pit road, because we've not seen much for cautions, and they're gonna know that they have got to make the most of every spot they can get here. All right, there we go. Unfortunately, Cross Merit's not doing me much good on the football fantasy side of things. Again, we're still gridlocked side by side. Not a whole lot of action happening, as we're still mainly just waiting to see what these two lines are going to do. I think most of them are probably just pacing it out here until we see this pit stop cycle. All right, there we go. Looks like I'm losing that league where I was 5-1 entering the week. That's unfortunate. And in my one other fantasy league, oh, we got a caution. Caution flag is out. Somebody spun to the inside. I'm not seeing a major amount of commotion, so it looks like caution flag is out. It looks like they're going to call Logano the leader at the time of caution. All right, win probability. Okay, yeah, we got 94% chance of winning this one. As long as Herbert doesn't turn it right on, or Jaden Daniels cool it right off. There we go. Rico Dowdle actually got carries finally in the second half of that game. All right, so there we go. And yeah, it was the 51 of Cody Ware. We were talking so good about him, and now it seems like not sure what happened. If he, they're saying he was leaking oil, and he ended up slipping in his own oil, which ended up bringing out the caution flag, and the driver of the 51 car is climbing out. What is a better comedy of errors than Cody Ware slipping in his own oil slick? Yeah, causing this one to go under the caution flag. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Okay, we're at 99 people hanging out in chat still. I was just double checking my NFL fantasy, see how I was doing. NASCAR fantasy. Let's see how we're doing in NASCAR fantasy too, real quick. Cause we didn't actually think to check it before the end of the stage, so we're kind of just stuck with what we had. And let's see, what we had was a currently second place roster, and our garage guy would be currently our third best driver on our lineup if we'd gone and swapped him in. Yep, caution flag is out here. Everybody will come in, make their final pit stop, which is gonna make these pit stops incredibly important. Almost all of them are going to be 4 tires. If not all of them are probably going to be 4 tires here. And we're going to see an absolute sprint to see which teams can get their pit stops on the fastest, because everybody's going to be coming in. Because 45 laps of green flag racing prior to this caution flag coming out is going to be insane. We have ourselves, we'll be coming around to 21 to go. 21 to go this time by. So 21 laps to go, currently under the caution flag. Most of these teams have not pit in about 45 laps. So it's been about 45 laps since they were on pit road. Absolutely, they're coming for fuel, and almost all of them, I'm sure, are probably getting 4 tires along with it. So there we go. All right, so yeah, 21 laps to go as of right now. They'll be coming around at 20 to go. Sorry, I was off. My numbers were off by a lap. But yep. Showing Denny Hamlin celebrating win number 60 and a guaranteed playoff spot 1 week ago at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Again, that win allows him to not have to care about this race as anywhere near as much. He hung on to win this one, win that one a week ago. He's in 4th place now, but does not have to worry. He is in the championship 4 no matter what happens this week or next. So there we go. Showing off a highlight of some of the other wins. There we go. So again, we're going to be seeing pit road is going to be opening up this time by. I'm curious to see who all does come down pit road. Again, I'm assuming it's going to be everybody, but from what I'm seeing, it looks like there might be some outliers. Here we go. Pit road is open, and here comes everybody. Everybody. Not looking like everybody, but most people are coming down pit road. Blaney and Byron only a fuel-only stop. Bubba gets contact from Byron, as Byron didn't realize that, or didn't care that Bubba still hadn't made it to his pit stop. So they're going under the hood for the 11. Gonna tune something up there, but fuel only for Blaney, Logano, Gilliland, Larson, Keselowski, Suarez, and Busch are all going fuel only there, and 2 drivers, the 42 and the 33, both choose to stay out. So there we go, and yeah, oh man, Byron ruins Bubba's entrance to pit road, and that's going to be Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace's day is going to be a little bit in shambles there. But yeah, we are chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We're up to 3287 on the subscriber count. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday here with us as we are getting ready for this one. Let's see. Alright, so again, we're at commercial break. You guys are not missing anything. We're currently under a caution flag, and we just had a round of caution flag pit stops. Again, a lot of drivers choosing to take fuel only, which leaves me a little bit curious because, again, these tires are now going to be nearly 60 laps old when they're battling for the checkered flag. Where's SVG? Give me 1 second, and we will have that answer for you. SVG currently runs. This needs to be refreshed, I believe. So that looks like it's a little outdated. Let's see. Oh, no, not 13th. Where'd he go? SVG is 24th. 24th for Shane Van Gisbergen. Hey, Randy. Hey, thanks for... glad you enjoy the content. And again, yeah, SVG currently in the 24th position. I believe he may have come back down to top off on fuel. Also, yeah, I'm not sure what else, but yeah, good energy. Hey, I appreciate it. Again, you guys, honestly, and this is not me being sappy or anything, but honestly, the more active the chat is, the easier it is to keep the energy going. Love seeing the chat as active as it has been today. So really appreciate you guys all being here as well. It really makes the show a whole lot better. I mean, I've been here when it's been 2-3 people. I've streamed when it was literally 0 people watching, but hey, I really appreciate it. We got 125 people hanging out in here. Hey, hi from the UK. All right. Hey, Joe, how's it going? I'm kind of... actually, you know what? Let's double check on something because I actually hadn't even thought about it, but someone at church this morning was actually asking me how if I was going to be watching the F1 race. And, okay, Verstappen got the win. All right, hey, there we go. Max Verstappen wins. Hey, it's someone who hasn't won or at least someone who wasn't who isn't leading the driver's points, winning a race. I will take it. Found you here in Tennessee. All right. Hey, nice. Here from Warsaw, New York. All right. Hey, there we go. Where's the 19? 19 had been fairly anonymous in the middle of the pack prior to this caution. Not sure where he came off pit road. 12th. 12th for number 19 of Chase Briscoe. All right, we got quite a few people popping in from Tennessee. I was actually just in Tennessee a couple of weeks ago for the Bristol race. I was at that race and my home track in New Hampshire Motor Speedway in back-to-back weeks. So haven't established what I'm doing for races in for the 2026 season. Hoping to finalize some of those here in the coming weeks. Okay, go Joey. Okay, someone's looking to start a fight. I don't hate Joey as much as I probably used to, and certainly not as much as some of the people on Twitter absolutely despise the guy, but personally, I'm rooting for Ryan Blaney. He was my pre-race pick, although I would love to see a Michael McDowell or Kyle Busch victory here. All right, the two Penske's go to the bottom line. We got Gilliland Larson to the top line. Then we got Suarez Busch are going to the top row. Keselowski and Priest will fill up that bottom row here. Hamlin for the win. All right, come on, Kyle 5. All right, we got a lot of different drivers a lot of different fans of drivers coming on in here. So again, your front 5 rows will be Gilliland. Your outside front 5 are gonna. Oh man, they're gonna take it away before I get a chance to read through it. But yeah, there we go. Let's go, Larson, and your parlay. All right, hey, as long as we're gambling responsibly, let's go. All right, again, we got a lot of Larson fans. Again, shock and surprise, the Hendrick drivers, some of the most popular. In fact, NASCAR just dropped the top 10 most popular drivers from the. Hey, I'm good with a Blaney win. Hey, I would love to see it. Again, he was my race pick for the podcast I'm on, so we'll have to wait and see if we can go ahead and take the points lead here, because I think I get the points lead if I can get a Blaney win here. I don't know about where I need Logano to finish. All right, parlayed with Tampa winning the Super Bowl. Okay, that one might be a little bit of a longer shot, but good luck to Tampa on that one. I will definitely be rooting for my Colts to be there as well, but yeah, definitely rooting for my Colts. I would love to see my Colts win the Super Bowl. That would be insane. But here we go. We're locking back in here. 18 laps to go. It'll be 17 to go when we take the green flag here at Talladega Superspeedway for this run down to the checkered flag. Again, Blaney and Logano both taking the inside line. Gilliland and Larson on the outside line. It's going to be a absolute dash for the finish of this one. A 17-lap run. Most of these drivers on old tires. In fact, yeah, literally a majority of the field is on fuel only here. As we go green, green, green. Green flag is out. We are back to racing. Here we go. Through the crowded... Man, the grandstands at Talladega are amazing, too. There we go. All right, we got a Bills fan as well popping on in here. All right, Bills are on a bye this week. I've been updating you guys on the NFL scores as well when we've had extended cautions, but we haven't had too many of those, so... Here we go. The Penske's started off on the bottom line, well connected, but the run off the top side. Larson, great push to the 34. The 34 of Gilliland out in front of the field. Larson to second. Larson looked like he might have been trying to block the Penske's. Does not get there. Yeah, but the 34 of Gilliland does get down in front of the two Penske cars, and now that is a Penske-aligned 34 leading the bottom line with two playoff Penske cars in tow. Here comes Kyle Larson, though, with a run on the outside. He's got a push from fellow Chevrolet driver Daniel Suarez, giving a good push to the back bumper. Then they've got a Ford and another Chevy behind them, so a little bit of a mixed bag of support there. Not sure what Buescher's going to do, although if I'm Buescher, I'm just trying to help this outside line because it's what's going to help me the most. But then again, sometimes these drivers are thinking about manufacturer alliances more than they're thinking about what's best for themselves. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. But it looks like Ryan Blaney giving a massive shot to the 34, getting way out ahead of his teammate Joey Logano. Gets the 34 out in front, so the 34 could start to block both lanes here as they come off of turn number 4, heading towards the grandstands here at Talladega. The 34 stays committed right on that bottom line, painting the yellow line around here. And it's going to be Kyle Larson door-to-door, side-by-side for the race lead. Larson versus Gilliland battling it out for the lead of a super speedway race. And again, a surprisingly low amount of cautions. We've had three cautions for contact total, and two of them have been single car spins. So, very surprising style of race here at Talladega. We've been surprisingly clean up to this point. Again, a major gap building between Blaney and Logano. If Blaney and Logano would just both commit to pushing at the same time, they could probably clear all three of them, clear the outside line, and then start to block with a three-car train. But as of right now, they have not gone and so they've been very differentiated with their timings, because Blaney will give a nice good push, but then Logano will be nowhere near that rear bumper to help the 12. Which, again, seems weird because, again, right now they're all boxed in. There's nowhere to go except for into the back bumper of your teammate when you're on the inside line, because you can't go below the double yellow because that's a penalty. You can't go up top because there's a car there. I don't really understand the reason not to push your teammate in Logano's situation. At least in the outside line, there's a difference between manufacturers and teams, and you've got the fact that, well, if you can find the support to go up top, you could try and start developing that third lane here, as we got 14 laps to go. 14 laps remaining here at Talladega, now going to be 13. 13 to go, as again, Gilliland versus Larson at the front of the field, dueling this one out for the race lead. Again, Larson has a major points advantage here. Yeah, if the race were to finish like this, Larson would be all but locked into the next round of the playoffs on points. And with a good push from Suarez and being shown as the leader, that obviously would lock him into the next round if he's able to win this race. Now, if we do see a winner like a Larson or if we do see a winner like a Logano or a Blaney, who are both on that inside line, the points battle for Larson becomes a lot tougher, as now there's one less spot on points available. And I say, he still has a decent enough points lead. And there we go. Larson able to actually clear Gilliland that time by with a good push from Suarez. And now it is Kyle Larson out in front of the field at Talladega. Man, Kyle Larson leading this one. But that outside line continues to surge. Here comes Daniel Suarez. Got Daniel Suarez. You got a third lane starting to develop. Zane Smith, the leader of that outside line, the number 34 car. Man, can we see two front-row motorsports cars fighting it out for the win of a Talladega race? I haven't seen that since, well, the one other time it's happened, when David Reagan and David Gilliland did it. And yes, for those of you guys who are new to NASCAR, David Gilliland is the father of Todd Gilliland. If that's any surprise to you, shocking surprise. Two guys with the same last name in and around this sport specifically. Considering how frequently you see drivers with last names get there. But yeah, there we go. Zane Smith gets out ahead of the field, trying to get down there to block. Alex Bowman way off the pace, tries to merge, and Daniel Suarez gets sucked into the black hole there in the middle, just sucked right back, 4 wide for Suarez. Yeah, but yeah, Alex Bowman got sucked way back there. He was way off the pace for whatever reason. Looks like another driver just got stuck in the black hole as well. Trying to stop his own slide here, but it's not going to be easy, as it's already 4 wide here. Zane Smith and Ross Chastain, though, amidst all that chaos of drivers going backwards, those two drivers to the front of the field. You got Todd Gilliland putting big blocks here. Here comes his teammate, not Todd Gilliland. You got Zane Smith putting big blocks here. Todd Gilliland, his teammate, just made the move to the outside to get in front of Kyle Larson. And now you've got 3 non-playoff drivers, followed by a swarm of playoff drivers. Larson, Byron, Blaney, Logano, Bell, all. Briscoe even in the picture there, too. Lots of playoff guys in the picture, but all kind of being controlled at the front by the 2 front row racing Fords, car number 34 of Todd Gilliland and car number 38 of Zane Smith. The last time we saw this duo finish 1-2 at Talladega, it was Gilliland in the 34 that got the win. Could we see it with the next generation Gilliland, with Todd and this time Zane Smith as the pusher. And actually, no, sorry, it was Gilliland was the pusher, and it was Gilliland in the 38. Got that one a little bit mixed up, but again, you got the 34 car who's won. Ironically, every race that's been won for this team has always been, for whatever reason, it has always been the 34. McDowell at the 500, David Reagan over David Gilliland at the Talladega race that I've been referencing. Even when Chris Buescher won Pocono in that missed shortened race, that was also in the 34 car. So I don't know what it is, but this 34 car seems to have some winning luck that the 38 car just does not have. 38 car slowing way up on that inside line, potentially trying to give his teammate an opportunity to get down in front of him. But that outside line has such a big amount of momentum. I don't think Gilliland necessarily wants to go to the bottom. Oh, but he does ultimately choose to go to the bottom here, at least through the middle of the corner. And on corner exit, when they start to get their run on the outer lane, they're going to go ahead and get this one. Briscoe up to the top. Briscoe goes up to that third lane to try and get a push to see if he can advance himself ahead of guys like Bell, who he's going to be points racing with if we do get a new winner. Yeah, similarly, Byron, who's also fighting to try and point his way in. He's currently 17 points out as they currently run. Is right in that mix too. So again, trying to get every point they can get. And here comes Briscoe on the top side. Chase Briscoe, 3 wide for the lead. Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, and Todd Gilliland. Gilliland on that bottom side starting to lose some ground to those 2 outer lanes, as those 2 outer lanes starting to really develop into something special here. Again, Kyle Larson on that outside. You got, Kyle Larson in the middle. But that outside line, Briscoe and Buescher out in front of the field, and now those 2 can start to block both lanes. The question is, can they keep them behind them? 7 laps to go. I hate the Yellawood sponsorship in and around that scoring tower. Stop putting yellow on the scoring pylon. Have I mentioned that I'm annoyed by the yellow on the scoring pylon? Because, yeah, just a tad irritated by it. But here we go. Again, Briscoe out in front of the field still. Larson to second. Buescher in third. It is a crazy math. And to think, we had the Penske cars in position to potentially win this race 10 laps ago, and now all of a sudden they're mid-pack at best, just stuck in traffic and can't find any way to move forward. 6 laps to go. Again, we got Briscoe versus Larson for the front of the field. Yeah, again, Chase Briscoe looking to try and advance his way to the championship for his very first time in his career. Kyle Larson trying to get back to the championship 4. Larson's been there before. He's done it before. He's won the championship. He's been there, done that, but he wants to do it again. Meanwhile, Chase Briscoe is just looking to experience the championship 4 for the very first time. Yep, Bubba Wallace up to the 4th position. He's been the driver pushing the back bumper of Kyle Larson, and there goes Buescher moving up to the front to try and block Kyle Larson. That's going to stymie some of that momentum. Here comes the push from William Byron now to the back bumper of the 19. The 5 of Kyle Larson was able to get out from behind Buescher and find his pusher again with Bubba Wallace. So Bubba Wallace pushing the number 5 car out in front of, towards the front of the field. Briscoe, though, with a really good block there. Really well timed. Wasn't late at all. Didn't make any sort of dangerous move. Just a very well-timed block. And here comes Byron to the top line. Briscoe tries to go there, a little late and knew it, and ultimately backs off that block there. And there we go. Now Gilliland giving a push to the 19 here. Now if Byron wins this one, that changes a lot, because that now would put that would now put it as a 1-point battle between Bell and Briscoe for this final playoff spot, versus here comes Bubba Wallace, who pops out of line down to in front of the 19, and now Bubba Wallace has a shot to win his 2nd career Talladega race. So here we go. 4 laps to go. It'll be 3 to go at the line this time. 3 to go at the line. Let's see it. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go here at Talladega Superspeedway here. Lots of playoff drivers in the mix. Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano both got cycled back in that one. Meanwhile, again, the battle is on. Bubba Wallace versus Byron on the front of the racetrack. Byron having a good push from his teammate. Kyle Larson giving a great push to William Byron. Here comes Buescher on the outside. Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar, and Ty Gibbs. 3 different manufacturers all linking up on the top side of the racetrack. 3 drivers who don't really care much about the playoffs, as all 3 of them have been eliminated from it. All just looking for a win. First win of the season for all 3 of them. First career win for 2 of the 3 of them. And here we go. Buescher goes down the track to go ahead and block the 2 Hendrick cars. Meanwhile, the Hocevar and Ty Gibbs will maintain their positions on the top line. And here we go. Buescher out in front of the field. 2 laps to go. Here comes Alex Bowman. They're coming up to lap him again. Hopefully he'll go ahead and go. Oh! Chris Buescher gets spun! Chris Buescher is spun and crashes hard into the inside fence. Chris Buescher, from leading at Talladega, what happened? Was it a bad block or a push gone wrong? But either way, Chris Buescher's day is done, and we're about to have another restart here and another shot at some insanity here. We're going into overtime, and man, you can't help but feel bad for Chris Buescher. A massive hit. As, now he's just waiting for there to be no traffic so he can climb out. And let's see, watching off the rear bumper of Buescher's car, he gets up in front and just a straight-up battering ram from Byron. I don't know that Byron was doing anything necessarily wrong, but Buescher gets up there in plenty of time and just, it doesn't look like much, but man, the 17 just gets run through there, and we've got ourselves a caution out, sending us to overtime, sending us beyond the 500-mile distance advertised here. 74 lead changes we've had in this race already. 74 lead changes. That is insanity. When do we ever see 74 lead changes in a race? Hint, it doesn't happen often. In fact, what is the record for lead changes? I think it happened here, and I think it's close to this. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's see. What's the record? Okay, 89. Okay, maybe we're still a little ways off from 89 lead changes, especially since lead changes can only be recorded at the line. But, man, it is a big hit. Again, good to see Buescher. We've already seen Buescher. He's okay. Knew enough to take his hands off the wheel so that if it did snap around, it didn't get his wrists. You see that a lot with IndyCar drivers. And again, Buescher is out of the car and okay. That is first and foremost always the priority when you see a big hit like that. But now you've got guys like Ryan Blaney coming down for some fuel to try and ensure that they don't run out of gas here under the in the overtime. You shouldn't be anywhere near that. I'd be putting on 4 tires. That way you at least have a tire advantage over the drivers that you're going to be behind, since you're the only guys pitting. I don't understand this. I don't understand the fuel only run on the old tires. I get it if you're trying to keep track position, but you're pitting with only 3 other cars. This is the time to go ahead and bet money on Elliott to get a top 10, and this is what you get. Yep. That is the unfortunate sake of super speedway racing. Anything can happen to any driver at any time, and yep. Right now we got Byron and Larson up front. For all we know, those 2 could end up wiping each other out on the restart, and someone like Hocevar or Zane Smith will head on through for the victory. But yeah, here we go. October of last year, say we saw one of the biggest crashes in NASCAR history occur, where it just wiped out so many drivers. I don't remember. I don't remember this. I don't remember if that happened early in the race or if that was part of overtime. But we've seen some big wrecks here in the past, and right now an 89. 89 is the number of lead changes we would have to get to break it. So, yeah, last 10 Talladega race winners, and the only repeat winner, I believe, is Brad Keselowski. No, not even Brad Keselowski's a repeat. Who's the only repeat here? There was one repeat. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Bubba Wallace, Chastain, Elliott, Kyle Busch, Blaney, Reddick, Stenhouse, Cindric. I'm not seeing a repeat in there. Yeah, they're pacing around right now. Currently, it is in overtime, so we will be going. When we do go green, it'll be a 2-lap run. It'll be a green flag, a white flag, and then if we can survive that much, it'll be a checkered flag. If we get if the white flag comes out, the next flag, regardless, would end the race. So if we get a yellow at that point, all we really are doing is racing to the white. If you can get to the white, then whatever happens is going to be the end of the race. If we don't get back to the white, we'll line it back up and do it again. So, a 2-lap dash around Talladega Superspeedway. It's going to be crazy, especially with this many cars still in the field, because we really haven't had... I mean, even this one is a singular car incident. We have yet to we've only had one multi-car incident today, and that was that very early crash right at the end of stage 1 with that took out AJ Allmendinger, Chase Elliott, and a couple others. But we've still only had one multi-car incident today at Talladega so far. A track all known for the big one here. Yeah, this is where the racing goes wild. Absolutely. Again, we're only at about a 3.5-hour event, which is, again, fairly reasonably paced for a sporting event. And that's why I always kind of question it when people are like, oh, let's make the racing shorter. It's like, if we can just figure out how to get the wrecking to stop, like we have today, like we've had a total of 6 cautions so far today, which is a reasonable amount of cautions to expect. We've had a reasonably timed race. But yeah, if we can just figure out how to stop the insane amount of wrecking, great. But yep. There we go. Let's go, William Byron. Hey, we're gonna have a very split Hendrick Motorsports fan base here, because I believe we're gonna see Hendrick Motorsports on the inside and outside of the front row, or are they gonna work together and both choose the inside or outside together? Let's see. I believe we are about to get the choose cone going here. Yeah, here we go. Choose cone graphic is up. Gonna cross the start finish line for the pace car, and it is gonna be bottom for bottom for Byron, top for Larson. Hocevar and Bubba Wallace, row 2. Row 3, we got Joe Gibbs' teammates Bell on the inside, Briscoe on the outside. There we go. So yeah, we are literally gonna have a split fan base, because we got the Hendrick Larson guys on the top side. We got Byron and the other Hendrick boys on the bottom there. And all that, then you got you got Hocevar and Bubba Wallace in the middle there. It's going to be chaos, that's for sure. I guess it's a Hendrick car winning, but I want Bubba to win. I would love to see Bubba win this one, but at this point, I don't think my pick for the win is going to get there, because unless we have a litany of other cautions, I don't think Ryan Blaney on no tires is going to be able to make it from the back of the field upwards. And yeah, they're showing the replay of this one of the only multi-car accident that we had today. And yeah, there was maybe a total of about a dozen cars involved at most. And involved at that point is a pretty slim margin. Then we had SVG, who slipped on some water coming into the pits, because there was rain overnight at Talladega last night, and some of that water was coming up through the cracks in the pavement. Then we had this one where the 24 ends up just sending the 17 on a not quite straight push, which, again, not even really William Byron's fault. He had nowhere else to go. He had a car right on his rear bumper. But, yep. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. Yep, getting lined up. Green flags out. We are back to racing. Byron and Hocevar on the bottom side. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson on the top side as they get ready to go down the back straightaway. Again, all we're looking for is a white flag. Once we get to the white flag, then the next flag will end the race. Yep, you guys may be a little bit ahead of me. I'm on YouTube TV, so sometimes I'm going to be a little bit behind. But yeah, here we go. Side by side, down the back straightaway. Looking for the lead. It's going to be Larson versus Byron here. You've got the 8 car of Kyle Busch looking to the outside, trying to poke his nose out, seeing if he can get a third lane going. But right now it is the 2 Hendrick teammates. Door to door, wheel to wheel. Here comes a big push to Larson. Larson out in front of the field at Talladega. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Bubba Wallace to the lead. Bubba Wallace to the lead of the race here. White flag, 1 lap to go. This race will be over this time by, whether it be via a yellow flag or a checkered flag. Here comes Chase Briscoe. Big push to the back bumper of Bubba Wallace. Yeah, Briscoe, massive push. Kyle Larson drops down. Kyle Larson looks like he may be out of gas. Here comes to the bottom goes Briscoe. Briscoe looking for the lead at Talladega on the last lap to punch his ticket to the Championship 4. Here comes Chase Briscoe. He's got a teammate behind him in Ty Gibbs. Bubba Wallace on top all by himself. Down off of turn number 4 to the checkered flag. We've got Briscoe out in front. They wreck behind. Byron goes around. Up to the top goes Gilliland, but it is Chase Briscoe holding on for the win. Gilliland second. Gibbs third, 4th, Bubba Wallace, 5th, Cole Custer, 6th, Hocevar, 7th, Reddick, 8th, Christopher Bell, 9th will be Zane Smith, and 10th will be Brad Keselowski. And there it is, the wreck as they cross the start-finish line. There we go. Chase Briscoe with the race win. He won stage 2, and now Chase Briscoe will get to go to the site of his first career NASCAR win to fight for a championship in 2 weeks' time. 14 days away, we'll get a chance to see Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, and 2 other drivers racing for a championship at Phoenix International Raceway. Hopefully you guys will be excited for that. As per usual, if you guys are just coming for the race reaction, obviously the race is over. But as per usual, we'll stay on for a little bit longer, go through the full finishing results as we have them now. Obviously, with a wreck coming across the start-finish line, all of these results are going to be unofficial, but we will go through those, and we'll get through a couple of driver interviews before we hop off. But again, if you guys do enjoy these streams, feel free to leave a like, subscribe if you guys are new. You guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Again, we'll be back for all 3 races at Martinsville next week. Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon. Should be a amazing slate of races as we get ready for the final cuts for the Championship 4. And we will have, obviously, as per usual, we will have the Championship weekend. We will be streaming Trucks, Xfinity, and Cup, all 3, right here on the channel as well. So hopefully you guys will enjoy, and I will see you guys there. And again, we'll go through the full finishing results. They're just showing the replay here. What does it mean that the positions are unofficial? Because they're going to have to go back through the scoring, because absolutely there was a caution thrown at some point there, which could change, mean some of the positions as to where they kind of scrape across the line might not be exactly what is shown on my screen. Yeah, because NASCAR's transponders don't always line up perfectly to what is shown on the website. So that's just me saying, like, okay, if I say, Kyle Busch finished in the 18th position, and you wake up tomorrow morning and check and you see he finished 20th or something, it's probably something to do with when the caution was called as they came across the line. Yeah. So, results are always considered unofficial as well because yeah, the race winning car along with a couple of other cars go through a inspection process as well before they are considered official results as well, just to make sure that the race winner wasn't out of spec, because sometimes they have caught cars trying to cheat in the past. Kevin Harvick with a trick spoiler at Phoenix one time a couple years ago. Ironically, that same year he got caught with a collapsible window at Vegas post race. So, just a couple of other things that can happen. Hence why you'll anytime if you're watching the race on TV, they'll even say that their results are even unofficial. So, but yep. So let's go ahead and go through the full finishing order here. Started off with obviously race winner Chase Briscoe. Todd Gilliland with an amazing 3-wide move there at the line to grab second place by a mere couple tenths of a second. That is insane. Todd Gilliland, great job. Second place. Third place, Ty Gibbs. A great run for the young driver in, what is this, his third season? Again, can't wait to see that first win for Ty Gibbs, but as of right now, a third place at Talladega. That was a hard-fought race. He does very well. Bubba Wallace comes across the line fourth. A great run. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on the momentum at Talladega, but still a great top 5 finish there for Bubba. Cole Custer, a driver that someone earlier even mentioned they didn't even remember was still in the Cup Series, coming home with a top 5 finish there for the newly rebranded Haas factory team. Then you got Carson Hocevar in the 77 coming home 6th. Tyler Reddick 7th. Christopher Bell, the first playoff driver to finish behind Briscoe. So he comes home 8th. 9th will be Zane Smith. 10th is going to be Brad Keselowski, as we mentioned. Shane Van Gisbergen coming home 11th place on a plate track. That is insane. I mean, he ran very well throughout the race. He was running like a veteran plate racer. Took the lead a couple... actually didn't record a single lap led, but he was up there near the front fighting for the lead a couple of different times. Then you got Daniel Suarez, 12th. 13th, we've got Ross Chastain. So literally 11th, 12th, 13th. 3 Trackhouse cars coming across the line together. John Hunter Nemechek, 14th. Ryan Preece will round out your top 15. Joey Logano ultimately comes home in the 16th position. 17th spot is where we find Michael McDowell, one of my favorite drivers there. You'll hear me gush about him, I'm sure, in a future race if you guys hang around. Casey Mears, comes home in the 18th position for Garage 66. Great showing for a driver who has been around the block more times than I can count. Kyle Busch comes home in the 19th position. I was actually pretty spot on when I said if I say he finishes in 18th place. That was actually remarkably close. Ty Dillon comes home 20th. Yeah, so Ty Dillon, after a pretty crucial mistake a week ago by either him himself or the spotter that led to the 24 getting wrecked, he ends up 20th place after another actually now that I think about it, another pretty critical mistake. And we got the points update. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll talk about points here in a minute. Right now we're about halfway through the results. So again, Briscoe and Hamlin both are advanced with their 2 wins. Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson essentially locked in, so it is going to be all about the win at Martinsville next week. Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson currently sit 37 and 36 points above the cut line, respectively. Man, that spin for William Byron at the end really killed his finishing performance. So, there we go. And they're going to talk about Martinsville for a bit. But yeah, it's going to be all about the win next week at Martinsville. Anthony Alfredo, who had a really good run going there, even led 2 laps in the middle of that race, comes home 21st. Austin Hill, yesterday's Xfinity Series winner, comes home 22nd. 23rd, my pick for the race win. Ryan Blaney comes home 23rd position. 24th for Denny Hamlin. And rounding out the top 25, that's where we end up finding William Byron. After 2 really good races, he ends up coming home way at the back with a DNF last week, and then gets spun at the end of this race, coming home 25th. Kyle Larson 26th, the last driver on the lead lap. Then we got Austin Dillon 27th, 28th for BJ McLeod, 29th for Alex Bowman, and Chris Buescher will round out your top 30 finishers. Then we got Cody Ware, who spun out in his own oil and took himself out, 31st. 32nd for Riley Herbst, 33rd for Josh Berry. Then we got a bunch of the guys who were involved in that early crash with Austin Cindric involved in something else. But Austin Cindric 34th. Then we got all the guys who were involved in that stage 1 melee at the end of stage 1. Eric Jones 35th, 36th for Noah Gragson. 37th is where we find AJ Allmendinger after that insane hit he took. 37th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 38th was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 39th, Justin Haley, and rounding out your 40-car field today will be Chase Elliott in dead last. So there we go. That is the full finishing order. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. It looks like they are also wrapping up the broadcast, so we are going to go ahead hop off here. I also have to go pick up a friend from work, so I will see you guys again. If I don't see you guys before Friday, again, I'm hoping to have a video or two out this week, but if I don't have a video out, it's going to be, I will see you guys Friday for the NASCAR Truck Series race. So hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys next video. Live stream, whatever you guys had to do with the rest of your night. Have a great night, everybody, and goodbye!